Hello, everybody, and welcome to Twitch Solves the Rubik's Cube, the only live show where the entire time you guys in chat are going to be solving a cube. For the next half an hour, you guys will have control over a virtual cube through Twitch chat. Your guys' goal is to solve the cube collectively. In these difficult times, we always think here at Cubing at Home that this is another way that we can connect while being socially distant. Today with us, we have Lucas Guerin, the WRC World Cube Association Regulations Committee team leader. The WRC was co-founded by Lucas in 2012 and is the longest running committee within the WCA as an organization. Welcome, Lucas.
Thanks for having me.
For those of you in chat, of course, this is going to be a little bit of a process for you guys to do. There's going to be a voting period where you guys can vote for different moves. Valid moves are your standard R, U, L, F, D, B, M, E, S, and now wide moves also work. So you can put a W in front of any of those and get a wide move for that. And you can add a prime for clockwise and a 2 for double. And of course, you can do X, Y, and Z for rotations. All this information is fairly standard and well known for you guys. But once that is done, we're going to have a cooldown period in between each of the moves so that you guys can make sure that any of the lag that happens on stream is not going to be affecting your vote. We'd like to thank Rubik's for supporting us with this. And we'd also like to thank our guest today, Lucas Guerin, for helping with this software. So it looks like we're getting started right now already. But first off, Lucas, welcome. I hope you're doing well. How have things been for you?
Well, I had a few rough weeks, but things are looking a little bit better now. So I'm excited to see stuff like this going on. So I'm glad to join here.
Yeah. So welcome on. I've mentioned for, I think, the past 7 different Twitch solves that we've done that you've helped us with the software. What exactly of this did you help with throughout this process?
Yeah. So the Twitch solves code base is mostly written by Saranch, but the core of it uses Cubing.js, and the actual puzzle you see on the screen is like the core of our library that I'm working on with someone named Tom Rokicki. You might know him for working on God's Number. And so the idea is you can show a puzzle and do lots of things with it. So right now you're doing 3x3 for Twitch solves, but you could easily swap in a different puzzle. You could connect a Bluetooth cube, or you could hook it up to a Twitch input, which is what Saranch did. And the idea is that now, rather than having to build individual software, you just have a flexible thing for pretty much anything you might want to do with a puzzle.
So it can do this type of Twitch solve stuff. It can do Bluetooth. What else did you say it could do?
So last year I tried hooking it up to VR. So you'd be in a VR virtual reality headset, and you would point at it, and you'd grab and do the moves. The idea is that you have a really simple interface that just says, here's where you input your moves, or here's where you read the moves. And you should be able to build pretty much anything around it, because the web is pretty powerful for these kinds of things these days. So an old application might be alg.cubing.net, which this will be replaced with, but there'll be, the idea is that any site can use it.
Wow, that's very impressive and flexible too, I presume. What types of Bluetooth cubes does it work with?
Everything you know about. So there's the GAN cubes. I just got a GAN V2, so we have to check compatibility for that. And then the Go Cube and the Xiaomi / Jiger cubes. So those all work, for example.
Are those all sort of the same type of interface with respect to connecting up to software like this?
It's a good question, actually, because they're not. They all made slightly different choices. And in fact, they made choices such that there's no way to say one of them is the best. They've all made some trade-offs, some of which are a bit questionable. But the idea is for a library to make it simple to say, okay, I don't really care what kind of move. I just want someone to be able to press the connect button and get moves as they're coming in. And so we've got that working with basic moves. We still have to work on getting rotations working. Right now you can get the orientation of the cube, but if you just wanted to say, oh, there was an X move rather than the cube is tilted on this little axis, there's still lots of work to do there to make it super convenient so you don't have to think about anything as a programmer.
That's very exciting. What kinds of things, if I'm interested in using this, what kinds of things would I be able to feasibly be able to do with this? I'm assuming you have some sort of way that people can interact and use their imagination.
The goal is to pretty much replace any cubing software. So right now you have solvers, you have timers. Okay, timers are not exactly the main use case for this, except for showing scrambles. You would have little demos or racing apps. And the idea is to make it easy to just grab whatever parts of this library or related libraries you want to just work on those little bits. So I think Andrew Nathan picked me up about this at some point, and he just he took the Bluetooth input and he just flipped it. So whatever move you do on one side appears on the other side, which is like a fun kind of thing that people used to do in person with a mirror, but now he's got a different version where it's completely flipped to opposite sides. So those kinds of things are super easy to do. And if you wanted to do other puzzles or demos or combinations or head-to-head or like chess clock FMC duel, we've implemented those kinds of things. The goal is to make it really easy to make those work out of the box. We're getting there. That's
very exciting. If there are any up-and-coming programmers that are interested in doing this, where can they check that out?
So everything is public on GitHub. If you go to github.com/cubing, search for cubing on GitHub, you'll find there's cubing.js and there's also related libraries. So if you have a timer where you want to show the scrambles, there's a really easy to use component now. And then cubing.js is stabilizing slowly if you want to do some of the fancier stuff. And you can always ask questions there or email or send me a chat if you have questions, because I really want to see people trying this so we know what people actually want to build.
That's very exciting. I hope anyone down in chat who's interested in programming in particular, I highly advise checking this out to just play around with it. But we brought you on here not necessarily just because you are a very talented programmer and have done all this cool stuff for the community, but we also wanted to talk to you about one of the segments that we're going to be having on later, which is relating to unofficial events and how they can be, officialized or brought into the WCA. I know that you've talked about this quite a bit in the past, and when we had Bob Burton on last week to talk about just a bunch of different WCA-related things, one of the questions was about sort of this new process that's going on and in the works to try and have a pipeline to get events officialized. Could you tell us a little bit more about that and sort of what secret sauce or secret stuff you need to be able to get your favorite thing into an official event?
Yeah, well, I have a lot I could talk about that, and I can confirm that, like Bob said, we're having some discussions. I think the tricky part with any change like this is that everyone feels like you listened to their voice and really took it into account. So it's not just a matter of trying to figure out what people like, but actually trying to figure out how to listen to people's requests. And so you're balancing cubers who just more events versus those who want to practice their existing events or delegates. So we have a document that we want to work on that we want to send to the WCA staff that outlines here's how we want to discuss potential new events and then go to the public. All of it is kinds of things that I've talked about before, like at Worlds and Nationals last year. I held a public Q&As. And so we've got a rough criteria for events that we've had before about, it should be practical, you should be able to write a scrambler for it. There's a few things we should probably add, like, the puzzles should be simple to get and it shouldn't be like a patented thing that only one manufacturer can make. We've been all about openness. So those kinds of things we're going to get hammered out a bit into something that's you can look at and then decide, like, that someone can look at and see, oh, I think this makes sense, or here's details I'd want to comment on. Whereas right now the discussion is a little bit, everyone has a different idea of what parts matter. And so I want to get everyone on the same page about that. I think a lot of people are frustrated about the way that we've just sort of accidentally ended up with a list of events. And I really want us to be at least considering how to change it, because as you've probably seen, and I think as this whole series for cubing at home segments you've had and different puzzles you've had shows, there's a lot of interest in new events. It's just a matter of responsibly figuring out which ones can we actually hold and which ones are people truly interested in if we make it more practical to hold them. So I can talk a lot more about details, but I don't want to talk for 10 minutes without asking you to direct a bit more.
Sure. In particular, some of the events that we're going to be bringing on people for later are ReadyCube, Killaminx, and I guess really the most popular one nowadays, Face-Turning Octahedron, or FTO. These events, at some point throughout the past 4-ish years, have seen different rises and spikes in popularity. Some of them brought on by more grassroots movement, and some of them sort of brought on by companies and manufacturers that were producing these products. But overall, there has been a non-trivial demand for these events to be at least considered for WCA officialness over the past 4 years or so.
Yeah. Well, I should say I have my Killaminx, I have my ReadyCube, and I have my FTO. I think Tyler Hicks made me this modded one, which I think are cool events, and I think they're very much in the spirit of what we have, but considerably different. And so I think those are good candidates for traditional kinds of puzzles. There's also other things you could consider, like more computer cubing or more team-based things or more mental things. And I think we should balance those. But I'm excited that people are actually trying these and having these discussions. But Killaminx is a good example of how these discussions haven't gone well in the past, because we get common requests to the regulations committee. It's that we have a new WCA forum. We get constant requests. Can you add so-and-so? When will we add so-and-so? But with Killaminx, what happened is we said what we usually say, which is get competitions to hold it unofficially to show that there's interest, make sure we have a scrambler we can use, a scramble program technically, and then we can consider it. But somehow just telling people, okay, there's like a certain bar you could meet, just help us meet it, hasn't quite worked. Just telling the community to try new stuff. And that's because the existing list of events now just has such large pressure over what people are practicing that if we don't set any expectations around, here's what we think is a good potential event, or let's make it easier to sign up for this at an official competition, even though it's unofficial. Without that, I think we'll run into the same issue as Killaminx, where we said to the community, you can drum up support and we'll consider it, but there was never a clear point at which it would make sense to hold a vote among WCA staff or have a final decision.
That's what you're kind of having trouble
so,
defining.
So we can try to define enough support a bit better, but I think we also need to make it easier for new events to hit this threshold. So adding events permanently is a bit of a tricky thing, because championships are expected to hold all events, and there's only so much you can hold on 4 days of competition. So trying to make this transition a bit smoother and having puzzles be able to be in between without hitting some really high threshold is important. And so the goal is to figure out how to have that discussion a bit better.
One of the discussions that I had with one of our casters, actually, Daniel Goodman, aka DG Cubes, probably about 8 months ago now, was the idea of having like different rings within the WCA, not necessarily permanent versus temporary events, which I know you've talked about in the past under the name ephemeral events.
I like that name.
But the idea of having like core events such as the Rubik's Cube, the 4x4, the 5x5, but then having sort of different rings that describe the types of things the WCA, types of events the WCA wants to have recognized at these large competitions. So you sort of get around this issue of we need to have every event at a big competition by saying, okay, we'll have a big cube event, we'll have a big blind event, we'll have a shape-shifting event, and so on and so forth. But then you still have your core set of puzzles that you always have there. What are your thoughts on something like that?
My thoughts are this is the best idea we currently have, I think. Both temporary events and what I usually refer to as tiered events, different tiers of events, are the most practical ideas I've heard for something other than just expanding our list of events forever whenever we have something interesting. And Neither are actually ideas that I necessarily came up with. These are both things from the community that have emerged in discussion. And I think after a year, after I've tried to discuss this more publicly and have been really paying attention to this, we haven't really seen significantly better ideas for introducing new events without again, this pressure of having to hold all of them at championships where there isn't space, or well, that's really the main pressure against having too many events, or in general, trying to change the list of events too much because a given change is a lot of churn. Like it's a big impact on the community just to make any change at all right now. And so I don't know if tiered events is the best solution, but I think it's a very practical solution, and I would like to see us consider it. But there are a few possible implementations. Like I've heard suggestions that tiered events should not be held at championships, or should be able to hold only a limited number of championships to indicate. So like a second tier of events would be in that category. So existing events would still be there, but then we say, okay, we're not expecting organizers, and we'd like to remove the pressure by saying you actually can't hold too many of them. So they'll be official. You can have all the fun you want, but they're sort of like formalized kinds of side events. And over time, that can grow a lot without affecting too much how competitions are run. But that, of course, is getting the whole community to agree on which events are more important or less important, and by default, defining all new events as less important, which some people are not so enthusiastic about. So that's a good example of how even within that idea, there's significant implementation differences that you could have.
So I suppose you have to really be careful trying to tread those waters a little bit to make sure that you're not stepping on anyone's toes there.
Yeah, I think the harder part is not necessarily stepping on anyone's toes, but just understanding where people's toes are.
Okay.
Because it used to be the community was small and basically everyone knew each other. So if you said, what about this idea? If someone had significant concerns or felt really strongly, you'd find about it soon enough, you talk about it, you kind of figure that out. And we're no longer at the scale where you can do that. By the time the discussion reaches some people, there's already a lot of effort put into here's what we think the direction we will go. And so the thing we're trying to figure out is how to do this a little bit at a time so that we don't end up coming with something that is too complete before someone's had to put their input for things like this.
Gotcha. I'm getting a little distracted right now because I'm looking at the Twitch solves that's currently going on, and they were almost complete. They were always completely done.
I can't watch it. This is annoying. I actually not able to watch it.
They are always
what did they do?
done with a solve. They got to a GC perm very, very quickly, and then halfway through the alg, someone messed up. I guess the chat collectively decided to do the wrong turn, and they are struggling right now to continue and fix the F2L. Fix where they were in the alg. It looks like they're not going to be able to. They're not perfectly undoing it, but it looks like they are starting to get aligned again, and they should be able to have an F2L done again fairly shortly. Oh my goodness, this is.
Oh yeah, translating muscle memory to those moves for G-perms is difficult.
Especially when you have.
I've learned.
Especially when you have. Just around 300 people watching and trying to solve and do these moves together. So it has.
Yeah. Well, just wait until I'll try 4x4 or
bigger puzzles. Yeah.
That'll happen someday.
Doing 3x3 is very hectic in and of itself. So, but these guys are pretty good. So most of the time they're fairly good. But everyone messes up a GC perm every here and there. Next topic I really want to talk to you about is this, global pandemic that we're currently having, causing some changes in the way that we do things. Obviously, now we have online series of competitions that we're putting on here at Cubing at Home. There are plenty more that have popped up, but of course, one of the things that we in the community love so much are the idea of doing these things in person officially. And we've seen a little bit of it pop up again in Scandinavia in particular. And there's a Polish competition today. How did you guys within the WRC come up with the rules and the sort of guidelines in order to help make sure that these competitions are still safe in this age of coronavirus?
Yeah. So as you've mentioned, we've had a lot of competitions, which has been great to see, and actually great for trying out unofficial events. It kind of takes us back to our roots when competitions weren't physical or were more rare physically. But now that we're in this situation, the board basically suspended all competitions. They said this is not safe, which is the right thing to do. And then they worked on a policy. So the WCA has lots of kinds of documents. There's policies, there's regulations, there's other things. The regulations and guidelines are the oldest ones. And so the board had a policy based on official guidelines from places like the CDC, standard things like you should keep a certain amount of social distance, you should disinfect stuff as much as possible. But the issue with that was the regulations define certain things that must or must not happen at a certain competition, and some of those are not completely safe. Like the regulations specify how or when someone can touch something or move something like a cube cover, and we wanted to make sure that competitions could minimize the amount of touching that happened, or could take action to encourage safe behavior, prevent certain unsafe behavior, be able to hold the audience accountable to certain things, where previously the regulations didn't necessarily give them that authority, or were not necessarily on the safest side or not clear about this. So we held a meeting, and then actually most of the WRC members, other than me, worked on revising this. This is actually the first regulations update that I personally didn't work very much on, which was nice to see. We've had a lot of new team members as of a year ago. And so it took the policy, figured out which parts need changes in the regulations, sent it through the process, which involved a bit of public, like, here's what we're planning to do. The board asked, we sent out to staff. And at some point, I think we just had a reasonable version. I don't think anything was too controversial, because a lot of it is just do the safe thing, or allow the delegates to enforce the safe thing. So we ended up with the new set of regulations that we plan to remove at some point. There's this Article Y in the regulations now. We used to have an Article Z that disappeared. Now we have an Article Y. And the goal is to remove that once things are safe enough to resume normal competitions.
Do you have an idea of how long these regulations are going to be in place?
I have no idea. Some countries are handling this very well, like a lot of East Asian countries, and even Europe seems to be doing relatively okay. But the US is a big question mark, and I know a lot of people whose workplaces are for sure not returning until 2021. And so if you can't be interacting with the people you regularly interact with, how safe could it be to bring together a bunch of people who don't regularly interact from far apart in one room, touching stuff a lot? And so I have literally no idea how soon is reasonable until we have something like a vaccine. So they're going to stick around for the time being.
Well, we as much work as the regulations committee. I know you do a lot of work, but it's good to see that the team itself is able to function and do well without you. Regardless of how much work they put into these regulations and the board put into as well. I personally can say the day that they are removed would probably be a very, very joyous day, because that should mean the end of all of the quarantining that we've been doing. But
I hope it's a joyous day, and I hope it's a boring day, because it'll just be like, oh, yeah, this is safer now. I hope we get to that point.
Day. Yeah, that's the hope, at least. But for now, putting these regulations into place is definitely something that we as delegates and everyone else would appreciate, the fact that the WCA is thinking about not just fun, but also safety, and making sure that these are fun for everyone forever. So
I want to thank you guys and everyone who's holding competitions for really tiding us over in the middle. Like, I think the community is really coming together to keep new things going in the absence of competitions, which has been really cool to see.
Well, we're just trying to do our part as well. I wanted to ask you about something that we were talking about earlier, right before this, which is your own personal solving as well. We've heard that you are gunning for sub 10. How long have you been going for that?
Yeah, well, my first competition was January of 2006, which is 14 years ago. And this is, I think, this is my competition shirt. This is from my second competition at Nationals in 2006. And so back then, sub 10 was unimaginable. But nowadays, I'm averaging about 11 seconds global. And I've never had a world record, which I think, I feel like there's a big gap missing in achievements. So I need something to keep me going. And I really want to get the sub 10 average, because it'll be 14 or 15 years by the time I get that. And the highest so far is 11 or 12 years, I think. But I just want to get that longest road to sub 10. And I also want to do it with MGLS just to prove that I'm still in it for the fun of speed cubing, in addition to everything else. I think there's a balance to be had between all the things you can do in cubing, but that fun core I really like to still stick with.
Well, we wish you the best of luck trying to get sub 10. We hope that you're able to get sub 10 today during our season finale. You've got at least one round, probably 2, and maybe even 3 rounds if you're a little bit lucky to be able to get that sub 10 average of 5.
Okay.
But Lucas Guerin, it has been a pleasure having you on. We are very happy to have you, and very interested in a lot of the work that you're doing, both with the WRC and all of the work that it's done, making sure that we're safe in these times and making sure that competitions can start to come back to normal, and with all of the work that you do with cubing software, and in particular helping us here with our Twitch Solves the Rubik's Cube software.
Thank you. I look forward to the exhibition later, the discussion, the events. This is the kind of stuff I want to see more and more over the next few months.
Should be very exciting. We're going to be having an unofficial event debate later today. That is the segment that we're going to be doing right before 3x3 round 2. But for now, Lucas Guerin, thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate you coming and talking to us. And we'll be right back with an organizer Q&A. So stick around, guys.
Take care.
You better wait here. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Even 10 minutes is a long time to be away from you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second part of our Twitch Solves Hour today. I'm here with all of the organizers of Cubing at Home. Of course, you see me in front of the screen, but we've got a bunch of other guys that are behind the scenes trying to make sure that these competitions run as smoothly as possible. We've got Saranch Grover, Nicholas McKee, Mitchell Lane, Bradley Sampson, Calvin Nielsen, and of course, myself, Keaton Ellis, here on screen with you guys. I wanted to ask both Calvin and Bradley about this. Let's start with Calvin, though. You guys were the sort of core people that started Cubing at Home. Sort of, how did that come about, and how did you come out and find people?
Yeah, so what kind of happened is we lost someone. Should we wait or?
There he is.
He's coming back.
Yeah, so me, Bradley, and Sam, Sam was also an original organizer of this. We had our competition get canceled, the Utah Pie Open on March 14th. It was going to be really cool, but everything happened. It got canceled. I think Bradley actually had the idea that we should still hold it in some unofficial capacity online, and I think I might have suggested the Twitch format. I can't remember who suggested it, but we went on, we did it, and it went pretty well. It was restricted to people who had registered for the Utah Pie Open, and we had local cubers come on and do their solves, and it went pretty well, but we wanted to kind of upsize it. We wanted it to be inclusive to everyone from there. And I had actually reached out to Keaton about it, about casting, because I know Keaton's a very good caster. And I'm not just saying it because he's right here. I do think he's a really good caster. And actually the same day, because Cubing USA we'd been talking about live streaming competition. And I believe that's why Saranch reached out to me, actually. He talked to me about doing online competitions, and I think it was an independent idea, and Saranch could kind of take over from here. But I mean, we kind of merged the two groups together, like the whole Cubing USA thing, and what we had done with the Utah Pie Open. We just increased our team and made it run kind of similar to the way it is.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. Go for it. So the Utah Pie Open, we wanted to still give people the opportunity to come together and be a community, and so it was just much more low tech. But we just had people just compete and submit their times in like a Google Doc or something, and then we just brought a couple of the fastest people on for finals on a stream, and that was basically it. But we realized, there's no reason that we have to restrict it to just a certain group of people or a certain area if it's going to be online. And so we thought maybe a few more people, just maybe instead of getting 50 people, we might get 100 or something. But then
none of us expected this would go big.
Yeah, but then we added some really key people that were able to make stuff happen to the team, and that helped get a great product out that could actually be a good competition experience for people all over the world, ultimately.
Yeah, and something else that we kind of were doing with the Utah Pie Open, we did it a little bit. It was pretty hard to implement. We actually had people, submit their video as well, but we actually showcased some of it, and we had people kind of go over it on stream. But it was pretty hectic.
Yeah, we we didn't have many solves that were live. People just submitted their videos, and then we would just put the video and play the video on the stream. And anyway, so we hadn't quite figured. We didn't have the genius Saranch with us yet to make all the magic tech happen behind the scenes and everything.
Yeah, and none of us expected this would be big. I think the largest anyone thought this would be, I think the largest guess was 300 people would attend the first one.
I remember when we first crossed 1,000 registrants at Cubing at Home, the first one, and we were all just freaking out. We had no idea this was going to get this big. And then it crossed 2,000, and I think it got close to 3,000.
I think we had 4,000 something registrants, but only 3,000 compete, right?
Yeah. So that was an insane week where we were blown away by how many people wanted to be a part of this.
And we hadn't realized that how big it was going to be. It was just basically this like little core team of organizers, and so like the results checking for the very first Cubing at Home, it was just my wife and I. It was all in Google spreadsheets, and we crashed Google because like the spreadsheets can't handle more than like 3,000 people submitting at once or something, and so it just kept crashing, and we couldn't do anything about it. And it was just my wife and I trying to like go through like thousands of results. We ended up with like it was like 90,000 different attempts on that first one that each had their line in a spreadsheet. And so we needed Saranch to drop everything he was doing and devote his life to writing this massive website to handle all the data and all the results.
And there have been a couple of nice little tools that helped us out from behind the scenes as well, especially one that helps flag results. I believe, Nick, you actually were one of the people that worked on that, right? At least an early version of it.
After the first Cubing at Home, I created a small program that I wrote in a few days that would look through all the results listed on the original Cubing at Home website and then flag ones that seemed suspicious. And so I showed that to Sam, and he thanked me and then asked me to like talk to Saranch about it.
So we have multiple people that are helping out the results team. I can talk from the stream team side. The very first competition where it was just DG, Derpy, and me for a stream that went 3 hours behind schedule. My voice by the end of that day was essentially completely shot. And in addition to that, the end of the day, we are all floored, exhausted. Like we are all just like, celebrating when the competition was done, so we could just like go and get a nice hot cup of tea with some milk and some honey and just relax and not say anything with our voice for like the next 12 hours straight. And we could stand up and move around. Those are the big things. Since then, the process has become much more organized. We have additional organizers here, and I mean, people like Mitch are able to, at some points throughout the day, leave the stream and trust it to be able to do its own thing and not have to be there ready to like handle disasters at a moment's notice. But it is it has come a long way since the very first one, both in terms of production quality, in terms of the process. But we've got Cubicle and Rubik sponsoring us. Like, this is not something that we were initially imagining when we were trying to do this. So,
yeah. Something that was really interesting is that I think maybe part of the improvement is that we found a core audience for Cubing at Home that like gets what Cubing at Home is about. So for the very first one, like we had a pretty big issue with people that were just submitting fraudulent results and just like trying to be funny or whatever. But that slowed things down, and it was a huge headache. And so, over time with an online competition, like we have to trust people, but the people who like want to come on and compete and just be honest with it, and that those people have like stayed with Cubing at Home. And so over time, the results team's job is in some ways gotten easier because the people who like stick around in our community are the people who are here for the right reasons, that just want to compete and have fun. And so that's made it better. That's like allowed us to start doing reconstructions. The results team has started doing reconstructions of 3x3 solves, which depending on the video quality can be varying degrees of difficulty. But it's been really fun for us to kind of branch out and watch all these videos of all the top solves and just verify everything. But I've been really happy with the direction that things have gone with the people that are our community of solvers.
Yeah, things have been very exciting for the past couple of months. Mitch, as the guy who's behind the scenes and who handles the stream, I wanted to ask, and I'm sure people are also interested in this question. There have always been blips in live programming since live TV first became a thing. We've had our own fair share of them as well. Is there one in particular that is the most stressful to you, that like caused you the most sort of, oh my goodness, what is going on?
Yeah, there was definitely a blip on like the first time that I was doing this, and I just was like, what am I doing? But there, you always have these little blips, and we're not like a TV programming company or anything, so we try our best.
Professional. Do you have like a specific memory that you're thinking about that sort of?
I'll just not share it though. I think it's better left not said.
Well, I've got one in particular that I will share. It's from a couple competitions ago. I believe it's 1.3, where Discord servers decided at some point that they just were not going to like what our setup was. We had Mitch, who's in the Bay Area, doing the streaming. Our casters were Phil and Chris, who were in New York and England, respectively. And our competitors were Timon and Leo from Poland and the Philippines. So we had 5 different people in this call from 5 very different places in this world. And Discord was already having problems. And it just was like, nope, we're not doing any of it. And that was like the most stressful moment, at least for me, of trying to like, put the pieces together and make sure there's some way we can get this going. It's a job. It's a hard job for us.
We have to rely on, existing technologies. Like we're not the kind of operation where we can run our entire own server farms to have custom video conferencing. And so, a lot of times when we have problems on the stream, things go down and We'll Be Right Back comes up. It has nothing to do with, with us personally. It's just that like one of the services that we rely on has had some sort of technical issue. And, so I hope viewers are a little forgiving of that, but I think our community has been great in like understanding when not everything goes perfectly, or once in a while, like someone's video jumps to the wrong box because someone dropped from the video call or something. Like I did. Did I mess up your video, by the way, when my browser crashed?
Yeah. You did.
Yeah, like that. Okay. Yeah. But I think hopefully I've just been so amazed, like just to see every time it seems like the quality has gone up, and the other people on the team have figured stuff out, and we made better graphics and better this and better transitions, and to hopefully give a great experience to everyone at home that's competing and watching and participating in the community.
Yeah, I mean, it's like to an extent, the Cubing at Home has kind of been like the big name in online cubing competitions, and I mean that was never something that we didn't know how many online cubing competitions there'd end up being, and when there were, there was always, well, what are we going to do differently? How are we going to we are what we are and separate ourselves from all of the other competitions that are much smaller. And it's kind of been, a lot of the community's backing's been really nice with this, because we could just kind of stick to just event, or, stick to a format that other people are using. But all of your backing has like enabled us to feel free to branch out, and we have our exhibition events, we do our unofficial events, we do our head-to-head bracket, and I think, the community support's been really great for that.
I think one thing that's been really interesting for me. So I when we first started, like we started the very first online competition that Calvin and Sam and I ran was like we were just trying to replace a normal in-person competition that had been canceled. And at least I know for myself, it's taken some convincing on the other organizers' part. I know I've been kind of like I'll just make it like a normal competition, but I've kind of changed my mind on that as I've seen other organizers other organizers have had great ideas on like, well, what are things that we can do in this format that don't really work in an in-person competition or that aren't part of normal WCA regulations? What are some things that we can, like, not just to replace competitions, but what can we add to that? So these, like, we have interview segments, and putting in unofficial events has been just great. I've loved watching videos, and I've been going through verifying all the videos for unofficial events and seeing the people who put in that work. And being able to learn about just specific aspects of the cubing community that aren't like normally a part of just like normal WCA competitions. And so I hope that as competitions come back, that maybe organizers can implement some of these ideas that we were able to test online, and to branch out and continue to make in-person competitions more interesting, more fun, more inclusive to people who have different interests. And I hope it'll have a positive impact over the coming years on in-person competitions.
I think also we need to make sure that the organizer team gives enough credit to Bradley for making sure that we focus not just on having a really cool Twitch live stream, but also making sure that it's a thing that people can interact with and have a lot of fun with as well. Part of, at least from the stream side, we were very ambitious about, lots of visuals and making sure people, enjoyed what we were providing for them on stream. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we make this type of competition something that everyone can participate in and something that everyone can enjoy, not just something that is, television programming for people. So we want to make sure it's interactive and inclusive, and Bradley has been really strong in making sure that whatever we do, it has to pass the Bradley sniff test of, is this something that people will enjoy and will be able to interact with in some way? So, even though we have a 3x3 finals, majority of the day is like people submitting questions for Twitch Solves, people actually solving for like 4 straight hours. And then after that, we vote on who's going to win this. We try and make sure that we add these interactive elements in there. But the final question that I think I want to ask you guys, and maybe I can direct this one to Saranj and Calvin, is what are we doing next? I think that is probably the most common question I've seen in Twitch chat, and I'm sure people are very excited to know, what is sort of next for cubing at home in general that we're allowed to talk about at this stage.
So with cubing at home, we're planning on taking a break for a little bit. We're going to have more information on something exciting that's going to be coming up when we do our, I think it's a leaderboard live stream. Is that what it is?
Yep.
Yeah. We'll be able to talk about some really cool things that are coming up that maybe aren't specific to the Cubing at Home brand, but are very interesting nonetheless. And we will also be able to go over, actually, Saranj, I've been talking quite a bit. Do you want to?
No, yeah. So we're just going to, we have some very exciting stuff coming up that we can't talk about yet, but we will talk about it soon. And besides that, everyone's been asking, is there going to be a season 2? Yes, there's going to be a season 2. We are going to be doing it. The dates aren't final yet. It won't be sometime soon, unfortunately. We all are, well, a lot of us are going back to school. A lot of us are going back and doing jobs and stuff. So we're very, very busy and pressured. And cubing at home takes up a lot of our time. So we're still planning out what season 2 is going to look like. It will happen, and it's going to happen sometime later this year. In the meanwhile, between now and then, we are going to be doing other stuff. We'll be making announcements for those in our awards stream, which we'll be doing next week, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. So stay tuned for that.
I think
we
can... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to announce, we'll recognize a comment in the chat. Someone said, it was Octo Gentilian, had said that Mitchell is the 625 guy. I just want to confirm that, yes, he is.
Indeed, yeah.
Sorry, I felt that was really important.
Okay, thanks, Calvin.
I think we can just, there's a lot of details that we can't announce yet, but we can definitely say that like the future of cubing at home will be will continue to be really inclusive and give great opportunities for everyone to be involved and to learn about different aspects of the cubing community that aren't like beyond just the normal events for WCA competitions, and that will continue to have fun ways to interact with cubing and to learn new things, do events you love. So I'm excited for it, although I will be glad for a bit of a break so that I can have my Saturdays back.
Well, from all of us here at the team to all of you guys in Twitch chat, we hope that you are excited for today's competition. We hope that you guys are excited for some of the things that we can't tell you about, but we've been working very hard on, and we'll be able to make announcements soon. And of course, season 2, which will be coming later this year and into 2021. So with that said, thank you guys, all the organizers, for coming on and talking and answering some questions from the chat, especially the most anticipated one of what's next. But for now, we're going to be actually going into our competition today. So we'll be right back. We're going to do a quick welcome introduction, and then we'll be moving on into the events. Thanks, guys, and I'll see you guys throughout the day. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Cubing at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. We are excited to have a season of competitions come to a close today. We hope that you guys have had a blast throughout the last couple of months. We hope that today is going to be no different in terms of the excitement that is brought, both in terms of your own solving and in terms of the content that we bring to you on stream. We are super duper excited as well to introduce our current leaderboard at this point. We have had 4 straight weeks of competitions, and we are wrapping up this season. Remember that the top 12 on this leaderboard do get prizes provided to us from Rubik's. Thanks so much to their sponsorship for this leaderboard, which we're going to go to right now. In the bottom 6, 7th through 12th, we've got Daniel Goodman, our caster, and Joaquin Hernandez tied for 11th place. Tied for 9th place, we've got Ari Randers Patterson and Luke Van Landingham. Ari is most known for his 4x4 and Luke for Pyraminx. Both have 370 points. Luke Tixon is in 8th place with 390, and rounding out 7th through 12th is Michael Nielsen in 7th place. Moving on to our top 6, we have in 6th place Lucas Etter with 490. That is a very appropriate points number for him, as that was his old world record single and still his PB to this day. A big jump there from 6th to 5th place. Leo Borromeo has 700 points on this leaderboard, and Zane Kanani has 5 more than him. So that should be a nice close battle right there for 4th place. 800 points for Matty Hiroto Inaba, 970 for Kieran Biahan, and in 1st place, we've got Timon Koloshinsky with a comfortable 1,100 points, 130 over 2nd place, Kieran Biahan. We've got both of these guys, as well as Maddie, Zane, and Leo coming on stream later today, so do stay tuned for them, and they'll be solving in respective events throughout the day. In addition to our sponsorship from Rubik's, who has generously provided this prize money for the leaderboard, we also have a sponsorship from thecubicle.com. They've been providing us both with their CEO to help cast for multiple weeks, but also they have been helping us with bunch of gift cards for you guys and for our podium winners for each competition. If you do make podium at this competition today, you will get a Cubicle.com gift card. For 3x3, you'll get a $45, $40, or $35 gift card, respectively, for first, second, and third place. And for any other events, first, second, and third gets you $15, $12, and $10. They also are giving away gift cards to everyone who has competed throughout the entire season of Cubing at Home. So if you've been here since Cubing at Home 1.1, and you've done 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4, and you compete today, you will guaranteed, no strings attached, guaranteed get a Cubicle.com gift card. So make sure you are solving and competing today to make sure you get that. They also are providing code Home 1.5 for you guys to use throughout the day. You can use !discount in the chat to get that discount code. Home 1.5 gets you 10% off at thecubicle.com for today only. So you guys, if you have a thought, you have a cube you need to get, today's the day to do it today. And you will get that nice, juicy 10% discount. I'm going to give you guys a quick run through of how this competition works. Once a round opens, scrambles will be available. And at the Competes tab, which you can use !compete down in chat in order to get, you're going to apply scrambles and complete solves as normal and try and adhere to the WCA regulations as much as possible. That means use a stack mat if you can, or if you can't, use an online timer such as CS Timer. Inspection, please make sure you time that. And if you need a tool for inspection, you can use cubing.net/inspection. Standard minute, second, dot, cent to second is going to be the format for typing in times, just like you would in CS Timer. And please, this is an official competition, as much of an official competition as we can get right now. And there is some pretty serious prize money on the line. So please don't discuss scrambles until the round is completed. Rounds are going to be ending on time as scheduled throughout this competition. So please make sure your solves are submitted on time. If you think you're going to be able to make top 8 for an event, by the way, please make sure you record your video. And in addition, please make sure that you click record on your camera and show yourself clicking begin attempt on the screen. Finally, down in Twitch chat, there are a ton of commands that you can use in order to get more information throughout the day. I talked about !compete earlier, but you can use !schedule, !results, !FAQ for the schedule, results, and FAQ pages on our website. You can use !Discord in order to access our Cubing at Home Discord, where you can both chat with tons of other Cubing at Home aficionados throughout the competition and between competitions, as well as ask us any questions that you think may be a little too specific for an FAQ. In addition, you can type !how to scramble in chat to get the scrambling tutorial for every single puzzle that we're going to be doing today and everyone that we've done in the past as well. Thanks to DG Cubes for getting that one set up for us. As a reminder, look at the FAQ page if you have any questions. And again, if you have anything specific, please feel free to head over to the Discord using !Discord. Finally, we'd like to thank Cubing USA for hosting us. You are seeing us through their Twitch stream right now. And again, we'd like to remind you that thecubicle.com and Rubik's are sponsoring this event, and we thank them very much for their support throughout these competitions. Without further ado, though, the first event of the day is going to be 5x5 Blindfolded. Some people have been solving that since noon, but we're going to be bringing on Stanley Chappell, one of our own broadcasters here at Cubing at Home and the current world record holder for 5 blind, in order to do some really exciting, really fast 5x5 blindfolded solves for you guys. So we'll be right back, and we're going to be moving on into 5 blind next.
Hello, everybody. We are here for the first event of the day, which is, of course, 5x5 Blindfolded. I am your first commentator, Daniel Goodman, and I'm joined here with...
Chris Mills.
That's you.
Yes,
All right,
it is
so,
me.
And, of course, we have our guest for this event today is Stanley Chappell, the current world record holder and world champion for 5 blinds, world record holder in both single and meet. So we'll see how he does today. Stanley, whenever you're ready, you can get started.
All right.
Good luck.
Yeah, this should be good to watch. Obviously, Stanley, he's miles ahead of the competition for 5 blind at the moment.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
he unless he triple DNFs, he should be winning today's competition for 5 blind.
Yeah,
But
the triple
you never
DNF
know.
is a scary thing, though. It does happen. We've seen it happen a lot on stream with big blind attempts that have happened. So we'll see how he's able to do today, but hopefully no triple DNFs.
Yeah. I personally don't know much about 5 blind. I've never done it. I've never done 4 blind either, but I know it's very difficult. And there's a lot of commutators involved for top level solving as well.
Definitely.
So Stanley's definitely put hours and hours of practice into becoming this fast.
And Stanley also knows hundreds of algorithms for, like, you know, I don't know the names of all the subsets that he knows, but he does know, like, you know, hundreds on hundreds for, like, big blind events. For just, like, really advanced techniques that a lot of people, like, even top solvers don't even do. For reference, just to let you guys in chat know how, like, ahead of the competition Stanley is, the world record average, the world record mean was just over 3 minutes at some point last year, and then he broke it by beating the world record single 3 times in a row. And he got a 232, a 228, and a 221 for a 227 mean, which beat it by over 30 seconds. So that's what Stanley is capable of. He is a little bit out of practice, but, you know, we can still see some good stuff from him, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. He's, as I said before, miles ahead of the competition right now. Is it Graham Siggins who's behind him at the moment?
I believe Graham is second. I'm going to take a look real quick.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to fix my light that chat is complaining about.
All right. He's about a minute 20, around a minute 20 he did his memo. I should also clarify, Graham is currently third. Kaijun Lin is actually second. Kaijun is 18 seconds behind Stanley for singles, so not actually that far behind, but they're the only 2 with a sub 3 officially, so still a big gap.
Yeah, we could definitely see some new competitors. Well, not new competitors, but less well-known competitors coming up after lockdowns are over and kind of shocking everybody. It's definitely a possibility.
I mean, 5 blind just has so much room for improvement, because I'm looking at the rankings right now. If you're sub 5 on 5 blinds, you're going to be top 12. But, you know, the best people are half of that. And so
it's kind of ridiculous.
Crazy. Yeah.
Right, so he is currently 2 minutes and 18 seconds into the solve. He's had a bit of a pause. It looks like he might have forgotten some of his edges. His centers seem to be solved from what I can see.
Looks about right to me, yeah.
Seems to be recalling it slowly. Obviously, as you said, he's probably a bit out of practice recently, but
but still, like, Stanley's out of practice is still, you know,
like
most other solvers, like, peak performance. So
definitely,
I have done 5 blinds before. I've had 1 official success and a couple more at home, but not many. You know, I'm over 20 minutes.
DNF for Stanley there.
DNF
seems to have forgotten his edges.
Yeah. He did have
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, not what you like to see. He's got 2 solves left, though. Of course, 5 blinds isn't an average of 5 event because it's quite long, so mean of 3 here first.
Luckily, it's not an average 5.
Luckily,
currently, the time to beat is 3:21 by Graham Siggins.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, Graham got DNF 3:25, 3:21 in his attempt. So I know Stanley's. It's still a pretty good time that Stanley's got to try and beat, but he's definitely able to do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that is not the correct scramble to use.
Seems like you might have been using the CS timer scramble there.
Yeah.
Not what you want to do for cubing at home.
Yeah. Pretty sure I've done that before.
Yeah, it's relatable for sure. Yeah, so far we've got 3 competitors in with results. Graham has a 321. Mengfei Shen is second right now with an 825. And Roy Moore is third with an actual mean here, 20 single and 22 mean. So very big differences in the times here. But, of course, we expect to see more people come in as the rounds progresses. And he's starting his second solve now. Hopefully this one won't DNF, but we'll see. All he needs is a 321, and that would likely secure the win. Because I know there aren't that many people who could realistically beat that.
Yeah, especially people who we've seen compete in these cubing at homes more recently as well.
True, yeah.
I'm not sure what time he usually gets for Memo, but I assume it's around 1:32 minutes for his faster solves. Probably roughly around.
He tends to be faster than that for Memo.
Really?
The last one was around 120.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's usually low 1 minutes for Memo.
Yeah, that's very impressive. That's about how long it takes me to memorize a 3x3. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Memo. I don't know. I mean, Memo and execution, I think, are equally impressive. But Memo is definitely one of those things that's like when you really think about what's going on in his head, it's like, yeah, 104 Memo there. Like, it's just so impressive that he's able to get all that information in his head in such a short amount of time.
Big
and
blind.
Fast Memo. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just like big blind and multi-blind. The amount of information you have to store in your head is just mind-boggling to me. So.
Yeah. And I have a feeling if there was somehow a way to see what these competitors are thinking, I have a feeling that Memo might be more interesting to watch than execution.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see that in a few years.
Yeah. Don't quite have the technology for that yet.
What's also impressive is how he can finish one solve and then completely clear his Memo for the next solve as well. If I do more than 3 solves of 3 blind, all my Memo gets mixed up from previous solves as well. So
yeah, I get that for sure. I remember after he's given up 2 minutes off their DNF. Yeah, just a long pause in the middle.
I think you better run a bit risky with that memorization there.
Yeah, I think I totally get what you're saying about that though. Like remembering your Memo from solve to solve, because I remember after I did my first 5 blind attempts, like. That Memo was still in my head a couple days later.
Yeah.
At least parts of it, so.
Yeah, top level multi-blind solvers, they have to, what do they call it? Clear their rooms, their memorization rooms before doing another attempt. Or if they want to do 2 pretty soon after the other, they just have to just come up with new rooms to store the information in.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Right, so we're just waiting for Stanley to solve this to then do his third scramble. So, yeah, he's currently got 2 DNFs. So we said before that triple DNF is definitely something that could happen, and it's looking more and more likely for Stanley right now. So
yeah, which is scary for him, but we'll see how it goes. Right. There aren't many results in yet. We've only got 4 results in so far, it looks like.
Yeah.
Podium right now is an 825.
Who is this guy?
Looping his cube a bit to get ready.
Yeah.
Always a good move.
Yes, definitely something risky.
Yeah.
I know people.
That is again not the correct scramble.
He did it again.
There we go.
I know people who will
like
put a drop or 2 of a DNM in their 3x3 before competing. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it depends how much you rely on the cube you're using without even realizing it. Like sometimes you just do.
Yeah.
You don't realize that you're so used to the turning style.
Yeah, I remember I think Jana McNeil made a video saying that you should never switch mains within 2 weeks of a competition, because you need to have adjusted your turning style to the cube you're using.
Right, yeah.
Alright, so Stanley's starting his last attempt now. So he currently has 2 DNFs where he just stopped halfway through execution because I guess he just forgot his memorization.
Yeah.
So hopefully I expect he'll go a little bit safer on the solve, maybe go for like a 130 memo instead of 104, and hopefully he'll get success this time.
Yeah, we'll see. He tends to often not safety on the third solve, at least in cubing at home from what I've seen when he's done big blinds, if he has like 2 DNFs. And sometimes that works out for him and he gets a great time, but sometimes, you know, it's going to end up in a triple DNF. So
so we've just seen Wayne has got a 20 single for 5 blinds, so I don't really think Stanley's going to be able to win this one.
That doesn't seem right. Might have to flag that result.
Yes. It does happen with these online competitions, but it's usually quite easy to see.
Also, wait, he did memo in under a minute.
Oh wow! Okay. Scratch what I said about safetying.
Yeah,
he's going all in.
He does not care. Let's see. Can he sub 2 it here? He's got a couple pauses so far, but he is turning well. It would be pretty crazy if he's able to pull out a success here with such fast memo.
Yeah, definitely. Bit of a pause there with his last edges. I have George Scoley, the current UK champion. He's a good friend of mine. He was doing multi-blind at a recent competition. So at last year, and during memorization, he just got bored and he just did a D2 D2, and then just DNF this attempt.
That hurts. See, in my current multi-blinds PR, in the middle of it, or right as I was about to start execution, I realized I did not have my blindfold. And so I had to get a delegate to reach into my bag and get it. It ended up working out all right, but
Graham Siggins just put in chat that Stanley's memo is usually about 50 to 55 seconds. So
that's good to know.
I guess it was a bit of a safety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem too great here. He's got a decent amount left, and he's got a lot of pauses.
He does have his center solved.
Yeah, and corners are good too, it looks like. It looks like it's just wings. Can he remember? That is the question.
This is going to be a close solve here.
Yeah.
Oh, he looks like he's not shaking the head
really
there.
Discouraged, but he's got to keep it up. He's doing well. I mean, it's not a great time, but you know, he's solving it. It looks like.
This should take the lead if he gets it done within 15 seconds. But he's forgotten the last couple of edges.
Close.
Oh.
This is crazy close.
This is. Last com.
Yeah.
Nah, he hasn't got it.
Graham is gonna take it. It looks like.
Oh, by 1 second.
Right. That is solved?
That was 0.40 off the win.
That's crazy.
0.41.
You're 0.40 off of first place, Stanley.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Graham got 321.95.
Let's go.
Well, there we go.
This is
pulled out a success in the end.
This is almost certainly my worst solve since about before Worlds.
Right. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, very
that's
close.
That's going to be a wrap for us. I believe we're passing it over to our analysts now to talk with you a little bit.
Keaton and Phil who are going to talk to Stanley for a bit.
Yeah.
All right, see you guys.
Well, thank you for joining us, Stanley. See ya.
See ya.
Hey everyone, you might notice that we look really familiar. That's because we've all been in this interview area ourselves at some point. But this time we're interviewing Stanley, who just did 5 blind. He got a success, but unfortunately it only placed him second place. I believe he missed Graham Siggins by 1 second. So that was really tight round. So Stanley, a lot of you guys, or I should say, a lot of the chat might not know this, but you actually took a break from cubing for a while. What's it like to compete at cubing at home, and generally having not cubed so much recently?
Yeah, I mean, I of course didn't have many expectations just based on that alone, but it's just kind of refreshing to pick it back up again. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, I wasn't expecting to do well, but this is like another magnitude of awful. Like, it's not every day you do over a minute worse than your official PR single.
Right. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure, taking a break helps everyone. When you come back from the break, what are some of the bigger things you'd like to focus on?
Yeah, it's interesting because I haven't taken it takes a lot to make me take a break from cubing, since like I primarily cube for the solving, contrary to what like many people are, while they enjoy the solving, are primarily here for the community. It's the reverse for me. And yeah, so it's really interesting. It's actually something I'll have to figure out, but primarily just focusing on, fundamentals, really bringing back just my base speed, and really before focusing on any techniques that I might have been working on, just really making sure I can just do a basic solve at a decent level, just use some basic techniques, get a sub 230 or something before I go on to focus on anything too crazy.
That makes sense. And one last question for me. Obviously, you've been a caster, a competitor, and an interviewer. You've taken many roles in this competition. You even answered trivia questions.
Yes.
So across this whole cubing at home series of events, what are your favorite memories, and what do you like most about it?
Yeah, I mean, I've grown really close to a lot of the team, and that's been just really great. And yeah, I don't know, it's just been really fun to. I can't really pinpoint a specific moment more than just how great it's been to just be, around everyone, just be on the scene, really, helping make this, competition as exciting as it possibly can be.
One final question before we let you go, Stanley, is about the upcoming exhibition today. We've got 3 different solvers trying to figure out whether or not their event is the best one for the WCA, for ReadyCube, Killaminx, and FTO. Do you have, before you hear any arguments, do you have any thoughts about which one you think might get the best support?
Well, if people didn't notice, I had 3 different puzzles in my background, and I think those are my 3 favorite candidates for the best events. But I'd say, yeah, so we have, first of all, here's Clock, the best candidate for a new WCA event. FTO, but I'd say my favorite going into this has got to be Super Mario Bros. 3.
Awesome.
All right. Well, we're going to be very excited to have you on and help judge these events later today. But for now, we'll be right back. We're going to be heading over to do some 3x3. Thanks so much, Stanley.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Be right back.
Catch you later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Cubing at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. We just finished up 5-blind there with Stanley Chappell. Congrats to him for getting a very tight second place, and congrats to Graham for just barely beating him there. But for now, we're going to be moving on to 3x3. Make sure you guys are going over to the website, either results.cubingathome.com to check out results, or Cubing at Home and click the Compete tab on 1.5. You can also get it with !compete. We're going to be moving on to our next set of stream solvers. This time it's going to be Maddie Hiroto Anaba who's going to be coming on and doing his solves. It is very early in the morning for Maddie right now. I believe it is 7:30 in the morning in Hawaii. So thanks to him for coming on and waking up early for us. But we're excited to have him on to solve. And without further ado, next up, Maddie Hiroto Anaba.
Hello, everybody. We are here with 3x3 round 1, and we've got a familiar face for casting here joining me. We have Stanley Chappell. How's it going?
Hey, everyone.
And we've also got a familiar face doing our solves today. We've got Maddie Hiroto Anaba. How's it going?
Hello. It's going good.
Hello. Cool. All right, yeah, so whenever you're ready, you can get started with your solves for this round. Feel free to do some warm-ups first, but yeah, get started whenever you're ready. Good luck.
I'll do one more.
So yeah, of course we have seen Maddie many times in Cubing at Home here. Last time he was second place. He made it to the grand finals, which is pretty exciting. So that's a good thing. We'll see how he's able to do here in round 1.
Yeah.
So far we've got Ethan Erez in first with a 661 average. Pretty wild.
Solve looked like. We'll see what he puts in a second.
I think that was a warm-up.
Oh.
Unless...
That's a classic Maddie thing. His
Yes.
warm-ups often look like real solves.
Yeah. All right, he's getting started for real this time.
Great.
Yeah, last comp he was just on such a roll.
Yeah, there was a couple of lockups, and this
yeah,
is not looking the best.
Ouch, yeah. 9-17 for Maddie. Not what you like to see. It started off nice, but last layer had some tricks and traps and
yeah.
twists and turns that were not what we were hoping for.
Yeah. Started off decent, then started to kind of decay starting around second pair. But it happens. It's a single solve.
Yeah. Hopefully that's his worst one.
Yeah.
Oh,
and he is no longer here.
Well, we'll be right back. All right, and we're back for real this time. We've got Matty back in the call, and he's done, I believe, just one solve. He's done 2 solves. Okay, cool. Yes, 714 was the second time. Okay, cool. So now we're waiting on the next 3, and Matty, you can get started whenever you're ready.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we missed 1 solve, but that's all right.
Yeah. Oh, this is looking nice. Probably something decent, but that might also have not been a real solve in true Matty fashion.
Yeah, we have been tricked twice.
Yeah. Or as we say in the business, I got debated.
All right, let's see how this actual third solve goes. This is looking nice.
Yeah.
A little
That
bit
was less
slow,
nice.
but yeah.
But that was, yeah.
All right.
Recovered decently. 736 for Matty, not quite what you want to see, but you know, given what happened, he recovered in last layer pretty nicely.
Definitely, yeah. Coming up on solve 4 here.
Oh, this, yeah. Oh, that was.
Ooh, but nice last pair and last layer was decent. 701. Yeah.
That
Looks like
Z-perm hurt quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, the Z-perm was a little bit, but
yeah.
you know, he had a pause early on, and then he made up for it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that pause hurts to see, considering, you know, what he probably saw in that scramble.
Yeah, definitely. So far, he's got 3 7s and a 9, so this could kind of be anything. But I mean, it could be anything but sub 7, I guess.
Yeah, because when you're at that level, you're always seeing at least cross +1, and to just kind of just not see anything after that is a bit of a pain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pauses on this solve a lot of them.
Yeah.
There's 6.
He gets a 697 best solve.
Best solve, surprising, but still a pretty solid solve. So generally improving throughout the average, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that comes out to a 717 average for Matty. Pretty solid. It'll definitely make round 2 at the very least. And
excluding the solve we didn't see, it was monotonic, so that's pretty nice.
That is true. Nice job. So we are going to pass it off to our analysts now, but thank you for joining us, Matty. It's been fun.
Yes. Thanks for having me.
See you.
Bye.
Hey everyone, we're back with Matty, the cubing Jedi. So Matty here has been, cubing with us for a very long time, it seems, because he's always in the finals. But we're really happy to catch him in an interview. Usually, when we're talking with him, he's usually beating someone in 3x3. So yeah, good to have you. One question we had for you was, I think a lot of people learned about you only this year, having watched you compete at Cubing at Home and the Monkey League and these these online events. How does it feel to be in the spotlight a lot more and for people to really understand that you're a very serious, competitive, elite solver?
It feels good. Sometimes you get a little nervous. Oh.
He's back.
Is he back?
Yes.
Yeah. Continue.
Yeah, sometimes you get a little nervous because people are like watching you and expecting you to do good, but yeah, it kind of motivates me because like yeah, it kind of destroys the other point, but it kind of motivates me because I know that people are watching me, and then that just motivates me to do better because they're watching me.
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, there are a few hundred people watching right now, and I think they've all been very impressed by yourselves. So I noticed you're wearing a hoodie that says Tribox. For the chat, if you don't know, Tribox is a Japanese store. It's staffed by speed cubers, so in many ways it's very similar to the cubicle. Sometimes people view them as like a Japanese cubicle, maybe, I don't know, but yeah, they've got lots of world-class solvers on their staff. So what's it like working with Tribox? Is there anything interesting about their brand that you can tell the viewers here?
Well, one interesting thing, it was I think founded by Yu Nakajima? I think it was founded by Yu Nakajima, or he's the CEO. Yeah, that's
yes. Yeah, I know he's currently the CEO. Yeah, Yu Nakajima is a legend.
And they don't really have many people on their team like sponsored, so that makes it kind of exclusive. So it kind of feels cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they mostly stick to Japan, but I know they have some people on their team from, I guess you're technically in America, and some people in Taiwan and China I've seen work with them. So it's very like Asian based, but it's a cool brand. Their website's real savvy. They're good at web design. Chris, did you have any questions for Maddie?
Yeah, well, me personally, and I think quite a lot of people didn't really know who you were before cubing at Home, because obviously you had some good results, but not any records or anything. How did you suddenly just go from being just another speed cuber to being one of the top in the world? Like, how did you get fast so quickly?
So again, like a big factor is having these competitions, because in my 4 years of competing, I've only gone to 19 competitions because I live in Hawaii. It's kind of hard to travel. So like having this like keeps me sharp so I can do better. And also I haven't really been using it, but I've been trying to learn full VLS. And once I learn full VLS, I'm going to incorporate it in my solves. And then I've also been practicing F2L a lot, just getting efficient F2L.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, your practice is paying off. You're threatening Timon and Leo and all these other really seemingly unstoppable cubers. You're actually, taking solves from them and beating them. So it's really impressive. What are your goals for when you come back to like conventional WCA competition? Do you have anything specific you'd like to achieve?
I want to go for 3x3, top 10 maybe in the world. 4x4, top 10. And then I want to just keep my 5x5 top 10. 6 and 7, top 20, maybe. Yeah, and I don't really have any other goals.
Cool.
Yeah, they seem like very achievable goals considering you're probably, well, with these online competitions, you're probably top 3 for 3x3 at least. So, yeah, definitely feasible.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Are we finishing? Are we finishing?
Yeah, we gotta make room for Skewb. Sorry, guys. But yeah, always a pleasure to have you here and to talk to you, because usually you're just solving and beating people. So Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks very much for being here. And we're going to do some Skewb next with Zane Kanani, who's not doing 2x2, I guess, because there's no 2x2 in this competition. But hopefully he can wow you with some Skewb. All right, that's coming up next.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Keeping at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. We just finished up 3x3 round 1. Make sure you guys have your results submitted for that. Looks like a lot of people are doing all right in the round, but of course, it is only the first round. There is a second round to go to make sure that you make finals. We're going to be moving on to Skewb at this point, so in just right now, Skewb is open, so please make sure you are going onto our website, checking out Skewb, and make sure that you have a good setup ready if you're going to be filming it. We're going to be bringing on Zane Kanani. You most likely know him from his excellent 2x2, but what you may not know is the last time we had Skewb on Cubing at Home, he actually won with a 2 flat average. So he's really fast at Skewb. Maybe his overall average might not be exactly that speed, but Zane is an incredible competitor, and we're excited to have him on for Skewb. So without further ado, we're going to be moving on to Zane Kanani with Skewb here at Cubing at Home.
Hello, everybody. We are here for 2x2. It's me and Stanley again, and we are
But
joined.
it is not 2x2.
It's what? It's Skewb.
Yes.
I thought it was
Skewb.
It's Skewb. We are here for Skewb. Sorry, everybody. I misread the schedule and I forgot that 2x2 is not happening today. We are here for Skewb. We are joined by our 2x2 star and Skewb star, Zane Kanani. How's it going, Zane? Can you hear him, Stanley? I can't hear him.
I know, but
yeah. I mean, that's okay as long as like we can see you, so that should be fine. But whenever you're ready, you can get started, and good luck. All right. Yeah. So this is not 2x2, as I just found out.
I can't tell if that was like intended or if that was like an actual mistake.
Actual mistake. It would explain why he was practicing Skewb right before this.
Yes.
I thought. Yeah. I don't know what I thought. I definitely thought 2x2 was happening today. All right. So Zane is a very talented Skewb solver. He actually won Skewb last time.
This is true.
And he averages around 3 now. So we'll see how he's able to do on these scrambles. Solid start.
225. Let's go.
Nice.
But yeah, he had the standard puts the cube down and then waits 4 seconds, presumably thinking about the one look, as most Skewb solvers of around that level, at least that I've seen, at least sometimes exhibit. And given that it ended in a U perm this time, that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
I definitely feel that.
Yeah, Skewb is one of probably the hardest small event to one look, just because of how much each turn affects the state.
It's just it's really just like the most different. I feel like that makes it difficult on its own.
That looks like a +2 from here. +2. Ouch.
Yeah.
All right, so that's gonna be a 452 for Zane.
Yeah, +2s are not that difficult to get on Skewb, unfortunately.
Yeah, that can sometimes ruin the average too, because adding 2 seconds to a 2-second solve is very significant.
Yeah. But yeah, with Skewb one looking, an interesting thing that makes it easier actually is that permutation, corner permutation is completely restricted. Once you solve a layer, your top layer corners will be permuted every single time.
True. Yeah.
Additionally,
that is gonna count his 4.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Sorry, you were saying, Stanley?
Yeah. Another interesting thing about Skewb from a puzzle theory perspective is that the corners also form into tetrads. So 2 adjacent corners can never get into one another's position. And that's also an interesting thing with one looking.
Yeah, yeah.
That being said, centers are completely free.
Yes.
Aside from even or odd parity. So that's like probably the main part of one looking that makes it,
393.
All right, so he's got a counting 3 and 4 so far, which is not what he was hoping for sure. I think that +2 might have just gotten him sort of out of the zone.
Yeah. Yeah, and that happens. That's just short events, really, and it's a hard thing to get past.
Yeah.
1 + 2.
.81.
That's a solid solve. So that'll be accounting 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
Probably a mid-3 average or so.
Yeah, 375 average.
375. All right, not a bad average for Zane. Nice job. I mean, it was unfortunate with that +2 in there.
Yeah.
In the 5, but yeah. It started off all right, and the last solve was clutch. All right. Yeah. So thank you for joining us. We are going to pass it over to Phil and Chris Mills to talk a little bit about Skewb with you. And yeah, it's been good. Thank you. See ya.
Right, so me and Phil are back with Zane, who's just finished Skewb. So we're just here to talk about how good he is at Skewb as well as being good at 2x2. So yeah, we know Zane, we know you're a great 2x2 solver, but when did you start to kind of practice Skewb at this high level as well, or did you practice it alongside 2x2 for a while?
So I mean, I mainly got into Skewb during quarantine because I got kind of motivated to practice. Because at the time, I got in November last year, I got a 3.2 unofficial average, which was like really lucky for me, and I didn't average anywhere near that. And then now, since I've been practicing, I've improved a good amount, and I think it's pretty beatable now officially.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, I guess these online competitions have been a bit of a motivation for you to also practice other events as well as 2x2. All right, Phil.
Maybe that's a question, or
Yeah,
maybe that's not. So
maybe that's just a statement.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So, yeah, I mean, Skewb is a pretty quick event. Along with 2x2, they both seem like super quick events. Are there any big differences between how you think about the events, or are they just both quick events where you just try to see as much as possible and go as fast as you can?
So for 2x2, one looking is usually not very hard at all. So then I usually try to one look like even sometimes like 5 or more solutions. But then on Skewb, it's a lot harder to one look. So I mean, I usually end up just one looking 1 or maybe 2 solutions. So it's like definitely harder to do one look on Skewb.
Interesting. Yeah, we interviewed some other competitive Skewb solvers. I think this was like 2 months back, and they said the one look maybe 3/4 of the solutions. So yeah, it's interesting to know that before you start the solve, there is a possibility that you might not be able to do what you normally do, which I'm sure is unnerving. What Skewb hardware do you prefer? What do you like?
I use the Moyu Aoyan.
Okay, cool. So yeah, for the chat, the Moyu Aoyan is the Skewb with the interesting concave divots. I can't really see that on your cube. Are you using the concave divots?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I like those as well. It definitely helps with grip, especially with Skewb, where you've got such a weird kind of turning style you have to use to turn fast. It definitely helps make sure the cube doesn't fall out of your hands.
Yeah, really interesting. So, I mean, 2x2 wise, you're pretty much near the top of the world. What are your expectations with this Skewb? I know you picked it up recently, so maybe there's a lot of room for growth. What do you think?
Like globally on Skewb, but I think if I got like good scramblers or something, I could get like a North American record or something, but it's not very likely.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm sure there's lots of people in America that if they just got a decent scramble set, probably 10 or so people, if they just got a decent scramble set, they could probably get North American record with just how Skewb is kind of quite scramble based, just like 2x2 or other short events like that.
Cool. So aside from 2x2 and obviously Skewb, which you picked up recently, are there any other events that you have a particular interest in?
The main other event I practice is like 3x3 because it's like the main event and it's also short, so I usually enjoy practicing that too.
Yeah. How do you? Oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say I haven't really seen Zane solve 3x3, so I was going to ask him like, what's your style like? What out sets do you know? Yeah, that sort of thing.
So I use CFOP, and then I also like know a good amount of ZBLLs that I. And sometimes from 2x2, I like there's sometimes like certain cases where I know that I'm gonna get an OLS skip because it looks like a TCL on 2x2, so that's just like a random application from TCL on 2x2.
Okay, so like kind of like CLS.
Yeah.
I know some CLS. It's a fun out set. The cases where you have the 3 misoriented corners are horrible. If your last layer F2L corner piece is on the last layer, it's horrible. But maybe a 2x2 specialist would know. Do you think that gives you a distinct advantage in 3x3? Like, does it come in handy a lot?
That's not very often. It's just like sometimes I know what's gonna come up next.
Gotcha. Sorry for interrupting earlier. What was your question?
That's all right. I was just going to ask, like, obviously you practice 2x2 and Skewb a lot and quite a bit of 3x3 since you know lots of ZBLLs. How do you kind of balance the practice? Like, what do you focus on mostly and how often do you throw in other events as well?
So I also practice like other random events, sometimes like 4x4 and big cubes, but I tend to mainly focus on like 3x3 Skewb and 2x2 and like maybe one-handed and a few other events. But
okay. Do you like kind of go through phases of focusing on one event and then next week you're focusing on a different one?
Yeah. Usually.
Okay, yeah. I've definitely done that before.
Me too, and then I give up.
That's also very relatable.
No, it's good. Like, I mean, it looks like Zane picked up Skewb, and now he's, solving it really well, and he's being interviewed for Skewb. He's definitely not one who quit the event, so good on you. All right, so we have to head out for now. Thanks so much for talking about Skewb. A very interesting event, and really interesting, really happy that you're into something new. Up next, we have, I guess we have a debate.
Yes.
We will debate about some prospective WCA events. We've got Kilimix, Redicube, and FTO. So, we'll hopefully catch you there, and you'll hear some arguments for why we might have a new WCA thing coming up.
Yeah. All right. See you guys.
So stay tuned.
Ouais, ta question.
Oui, si tu t'intéresses à moi, ça veut dire que tu commences à t'intéresser à toi.
C'est intéressant.
Bien sûr que tu l'es. T'es beau, intelligent.
Arrête de te foutre de ma gueule.
Mais si, je t'assure, c'est tout là-dedans. T'es incapable de le voir, de le sortir.
Je Je sais. C'est pas facile.
Mais si, c'est facile. Bien, tu vas voir. Regarde dans la glace. Qu'est-ce que tu vois? Regarde dans la glace. Qu'est-ce que tu vois? Regarde dans la glace. Qu'est-ce que tu vois?
Welcome back, everyone. Right now, we're having just a little debate about, we've showcased a few non-WCA events at these competitions over the past few weekends. The most notable of which are FTO, Killaminx, and ReadyCube. And the winners of these events, Aiden Bryant, Daniel Mullen, and Jared Stinson, will be, showcasing the reasons that they might be good additions to the WCA. And so the judges for this will be Daniel Goodman, one of the smartest cubers alive, Phil Yu, who is actually legally qualified to be a judge in the United States, and myself, Stanley Chappell. So without further ado, I'll pass it to Phil, who will be moderating the initial stages of this debate.
Yes, I just learned I would become the moderator about a few minutes ago, but we'll try our best to have a clean and civil discussion about these three fantastic events. So how it'll work is each person in the debate will be given around 90 seconds to give an opening statement, trying to convince the judges and also the chat watching, their reasoning for why they should make their respective events WCA. Would anybody like to volunteer to go first? I'm just going to pick at random then. All right. Alphabetical order. Mr. Aiden Bryant. Let's hear it.
So here we've got a face turning octahedron. It is a extremely unique unofficial event, and it's not really like anything in the WCA as of right now. It's an octahedron, and there are currently no octahedron in the WCA right now. So it would add a new platonic solid to the event list. It falls in a pretty good time range. Right now, I'm averaging around sub 30 on this, and Dan is also. However, I think with better hardware and more method development, it can get down to between 15, maybe 17 seconds, which is not super long, like 7x7, where it takes forever to do one solve, but it's also not super short, like 2x2, where it's over in a second. So it falls in a very good time range. The solving method is extremely unique. You build centers. However, you have these pieces, these edge pieces in the centers that have to go in certain places. So this piece can't be here, which gives it a supercube type center building aspect. So you have to focus on the color scheme for each center. And then along with that, you have to focus on the color scheme for all the centers. So this center has to be all the centers have to be in the right order. So it has to go gray, orange, and it can't go orange, gray. And then there's also an aspect of block building to it, which is very interesting.
All right.
So, yeah.
So it's been about 2 minutes. Thank you so much for contributing your argument. In the spirit of alphabetical order, let's hear from Daniel Mullen on the ReadyCube.
Okay, so for ReadyCube, I can't ignore the fact that it's not as unique as FTO or popular as Killaminx, but I think that it presents a really interesting blend of events like Skewb, Pyraminx, and 3x3. It's a completely intuitive puzzle. There's next to no algorithms you have to learn, so it's pretty easy for newer cubers and older cubers alike to understand the puzzle. You can jump right in. There's basically no learning curve, and you just solve. You don't have to learn anything new, and you can go from 20 seconds to under 8 seconds with the same method. It's very similar to clock in that way, and the solves are really fun. It's for the most part layer by layer, but you can solve adjacent faces and then break it down to just 2 corners, so there is a little variety in how the solves work. and they're just incredibly fun to do. And block building is a big part of it as well, so you can do some creative things to solve the puzzle, and you can get it done in a couple seconds as well, just off its simplicity.
Cool. Very nice. And last but not least, let's hear from the Killaminx guy.
Okay. So for Killaminx, similar to what Daniel said, I can't ignore that FTO is a different shape and would bring more of a difference to the WCA. However, the Killaminx has been around for years in unofficial competitions. It's extremely popular. There's a very large Killaminx community. However, as Lucas said earlier in the stream, very early on, there hasn't been, we haven't come together like well enough for it to be actually considered. However, I think the solve process is very, very creative. You can do a whole lot of things with Killaminx. You can do, you can bring color neutrality into it, which is something that you can't do on a Megaminx. As far as dodecahedrons are concerned, Megaminx can be a little hard to get into for beginners because some people find it hard to grip. Like their pinkies might get tired, might get worn out, have to use table abuse. I feel like Killaminx could be a good introduction into the dodecahedron puzzles. Also, our hardware is pretty good. However, I mean, it's just like recently, like a few weeks ago, the Killaminx, the Chi Killaminx just came out, which is miles above everything else that just came out. It can be magnetizable. Yeah, that's it. I think Killaminx is a good fit for the WCA.
Very good. Awesome. So now we've heard from each of our three debate contestants. So Aiden went first and talked about the FTO. Lots of good points that some of the other debaters even conceded that it was a really unique puzzle. Do you guys have any comments on Aiden's presentation? And yeah, anything you would like to discuss about FTO? So in other words, so he said it's a new platonic solid, great timing range, room for growth in hardware, not super short, not super long, so it's a feel-good event. The method is unique, and everyone's kind of conceded it's unique. And so right now, if you just supposed he was at risk for winning, what would you say to prevent him from winning?
If we're going to take that route, I would argue that the hardware isn't very conducible to solving right now. However, I do have to give that is a rather temporary argument. I feel like as the FTO community would grow, some manufacturer would eventually develop an actual usable FTO.
But that would be an argument to make an event later and not now, right?
Yes. We're delaying
it. Yes. Okay. And Daniel, did you have anything to add about FTO if you were at risk of losing this debate?
Personally, I don't believe it's as easy to get into as events like ReadyCube and Killaminx. But it just I've only had one for a couple days, so I haven't been able to really figure it out just yet. But I think that it would be more a puzzle for more experienced solvers, and it wouldn't really be that accepting to everybody. But I mean, that's just me personally and from my experience with it.
I struggled with it. I tried FTO. Eventually solved it, but I learned that my method was 10 years old and horribly inefficient. So yeah, it's very interesting. Okay, now moving on to Daniel's presentation about the ReadyCube. Does Aiden or Jared have any input, commentary, criticism, attacks, concessions about the ReadyCube?
So the ReadyCube, Daniel said it's super easy to get into. So with adding events, I I feel like we already have enough events that are easy to get into. Pyraminx, for example, is a pretty intuitive solve. 2x2 is just like you can take a lot of concepts from 3x3 and apply them to 2x2. But I feel like a lot of events, there's like a lot of transfer in methods from one event to another. Like a very good example of this is 6x6 and 7x7. Those events are very similar, and there aren't many fast 6x6 solvers that aren't fast at 7x7. So like having an event that's like that doesn't have like aspects of other puzzles would be very interesting. And I don't think it being challenging to get into is a super like detrimental thing. So.
Okay. And Mr. Stinson, did you have any feedback on Daniel's presentation?
Say that Daniel's point about ReadyCube not having any algorithms or any set methods, I wouldn't call that really a pro for adding ReadyCube to the WCA. The fact that it could be similar to like Clock, where it's pretty straightforward and intuitive. No algorithms are required. I wouldn't call it a pro, but I also wouldn't say it's a con either. So it's not really bringing down Daniel's argument. I would just throw that out.
Why do you think that?
I feel that the fact that it could be no algorithms or no set methods, I feel that it wouldn't add much to the WCA. The fact that anybody could just get into it, and then like it would be another event where the times will get down extremely quickly to like the levels where it will just be, you would just be like really fast. You'll be like milliseconds apart from one another, and yeah, I feel like it'd be insanely easy to just get fast at the event.
Interesting.
Not a detriment.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because I think part of the spirit of the WCA is to, get as many people into puzzle solving as possible. It's not only for people to compare their times to the milliseconds. So I guess I see it both ways. Obviously, when you have a race to the bottom and everyone's like milliseconds apart and you don't know why you lost, maybe it's the timer start or something. It can be frustrating, but if it helps get people into the community, into puzzle solving, perhaps it could be a good thing. But that reflects your argument, which is it could be a pro and a con. Okay, all right. Lastly, Jared presented the Killaminx. He talked about a large community. It's been around for years. Creative solving process. Hardware is pretty good. What do you guys have to say about that?
I think that, like, going back to what Aiden was saying about events being similar, it is very similar to Megaminx, and I think a lot of people are just going to solve it like a Megaminx without edges, and that it would just be derivative of the event again. But I do like the idea of color neutrality as well. I hadn't really thought about that necessarily and the different solving processes, but I do think it is a little too similar to Megaminx if we are talking about bringing unique puzzles in to the WCA.
Okay. And Aiden, what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much think same thing as Daniel. It's a bit too similar to Megaminx. There's some additional block building you can do and creativity with last slot, last layer and stuff. However, I feel like a lot of Megaminx solvers would have an advantage. I guess. I mean, it's not really like an advantage, but like they would have like a head start on everybody else, and they would be the ones taking over the event rather than new people coming in. Yeah.
Interesting. Didn't really think of that. It's a very interesting point. Jared's smiling. That's true though, right? Okay, all right. So we've reached a point where each of these guys have presented their argument and also talked amongst themselves about various strengths and weaknesses in their presentations. So why don't we have a strangely public and transparent deliberation amongst the judges? Maybe we can engage the debaters as well. So Stanley and Daniel, you guys watched this whole thing. What are your thoughts? And yeah, any first impressions?
I guess I'll go first. I thought all the arguments made were really good, but I think the thing that might be sealing the deal for me is what Aiden was saying about how FTO does provide. It will basically make new solvers have be on an equal footing to people who have never, or to people who are really experienced with other events. Whereas I do think the other two have related events, and I can see that too because ReadyCube came somewhat naturally to me, and I am a pyramid solver, which is another very intuitive event, and so early on, I was doing pretty well at ReadyCube in the competitive, unofficial ReadyCube scene, and yeah, so I do think that FTO is something that won't have that, and it will just have totally new people coming and taking the rankings, and I think letting more people succeed at cubing is probably something that we should strive for. So currently I'm leaning towards FTO. I could be swayed. I like them all.
Fair enough. They're all cool. All right, Stanley, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so the points that I really agreed with what Daniel said quite strongly. All of the points were really great. But yeah, the uniqueness of FTO, I think, draws a lot of people to it in the cubing community. As far as bringing new people into the community, I don't think events necessarily do that, since most people use 3x3 as their gateway in. And I think FTO more just provides another channel for different speed solvers to succeed at an event.
Yeah.
And
interesting. Yeah. Okay. Strangely enough, after listening to everybody speak, I'm leaning most towards ReadyCube just based on what has been said. I think the whole difference from the FTO and the other events is nice, but I think as far as if we wanted to make an event right now, I think the ReadyCube, pardon the terrible pun, would be the most ready to become an event, because I think FTO hardware is still relatively inaccessible. I mean, the most recently produced FTO is by LAN. Yeah, it takes a lot of work in order to get an enjoyable FTO, and I don't know, it might frustrate people. And this is me being a member of the puzzle retail market. I kind of see the patterns when people get puzzles and when people get mad because the puzzles don't perform the way they expect. So yeah, I definitely think FTO is a fantastic candidate for being an event in the future should the hardware develop. But right now, it just doesn't feel as ready because of a hardware limitation, which is kind of a really odd chicken and egg situation, right? Because if it doesn't become an event, who's going to make hardware? But if no one makes hardware, then how do more people love the event, right? Yeah. And I know people who do FTO, they love the hell out of FTO because they're willing to mod the puzzles, they're willing to practice on something that might frustrate a new puzzle buyer. So I can tell the FTO community is extremely passionate. But yeah, as far as events are concerned, I think the Killaminx and the ReadyCube are a lot more. So that would the ReadyCube would be my vote, but it seems like what are your votes here?
Yeah, one thing I would like to sort of say as a rebuttal to that is with the last event that's been added to the WCA, which is Skewb, at the time the best Skewb was the LAN as well. When it was actually added.
But the LAN didn't have a bunch of pieces that you had to contort,
Fair, yeah. But at the same time, we look at the LAN Skewb now, and that's
it's a joke,
garbage. Yeah. You can't use it.
Yeah,
and I feel like we would, like you were saying, we would get the hardware, as soon as it's announced that it would be an event, I feel like, people Chi, Moyu, GAN, they're all going to just flock to this and make a good FTO.
Again, FTO. Yeah, it'll be circles instead of triangles, right? All right. Sick.
Anyway, yeah, my vote is for FTO personally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah. To give my thoughts on the hardware side of things, another thing to consider is that the interest, at least on like the WCA side of things, and like the big spikes in popularity for FTO, that's been like within quarantine essentially. Like it's been since about like March or April that it's really started to spring up among speed cubers. Whereas with Killaminx, that happened in about 2016, ReadyCube in about 2017. So there's still a lot of room to grow, even if a manufacturer like Shengshao were to make one. They generally hop on non-WCA puzzles and make not great ones, but like all right ones. And I think that would provide a decent passage into being an event for FTO. And I don't see that as too far off, given the amount of momentum that FTO has been carrying.
Yeah, I could see that too.
Cool. All right. So I voted for ReadyCube. DG's voted for FTO. Stanley, I guess.
Yeah, I'll put my vote to FTO as well.
All right. Awesome. So it looks like the three judge panel has a FTO majority. So yeah, if we were to make a decision now, which obviously we're not, FTO would be the winner. But honestly, all three events are extremely interesting. I have a lot of respect for people who grind and become really good at this event, even if it's not quote unquote official. Some people just say, oh, whatever, it's not official. It's not worth it. But these people really do care about the event. They're leaders in their respective communities, and so we're really happy that they came on today to talk about what they're passionate about.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So looks like we gotta wrap up. It's been fun participating in this debate. I feel like we should have more debates more often. That was a lot of fun.
That was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we can be the debaters next time. That'd be cool.
Ooh, that would be
All right. 3x3 round 2 coming up with Luke Tixon. He's really good. He's been in the finals a bunch of times. So let's look forward to that. Thank you guys again for being on this here debate. And we'll catch you later. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
See ya.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Cubing at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. We had an interesting debate there between FTO, ReadyCube, and Killaminx, and it looks like FTO barely scraped by with a 2-1 vote from our judges. Thanks to all of our debaters for coming on. It was a masterful performance. We're going to be moving on next to 3x3 round 2. Luke Tixon, as Phil said, is going to be on as our solver for this event. Of course, Luke has been on multiple Cubing and Homes in the past, and in particular has podiumed as well. So he is a fantastic competitor. Make sure that you guys, if you are doing 3x3 round 2, are going to our website using !compete, try and get the best times that you can. And remember, if you're shooting for top 8, make sure you record and you click to begin attempt after you record it. So record and then click begin attempt. Anyway, thank you guys so much. We're going to be moving on to Luke Tixon with 3x3 round 2. We're going to be going on to 4x4 next. I apologize for that. It looks like something has gotten mixed up on our end, and I apologize for that again. But make sure you guys are going and doing your 4x4 solves. And we will be back with 4x4 momentarily.
And we're back. Sorry for the confusion there, but we are here with 4x4, and I am joined with my co-host, who has just joined us for the first time today.
I'm James Spitsalis, and we're here with a very fast 4x4 solver, Leo Borromeo, and we'll see how he does in 4x4.
Yeah. So whenever you're ready, feel free to get started, Leo. Good luck. So, now of course, Leo is known for his performance in the 3x3x3 cube, but he's also very talented at 4x4, currently ranked 49th in the world for average, and 22nd for single.
Wow.
With a 22 single, so, 22, very good thing.
See what we can do here.
Yeah.
There is a certain discrepancy between his competition times and his at-home times, even for 3x3.
Yeah.
I think he's much faster at home.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with all this quarantine time, he hasn't had the chance to compete, and it's been long enough that he's definitely improved quite a bit on a few events.
Yeah, so, let's see if that's the case here.
Yeah.
Wow.
He can turn that thing pretty fast.
Yeah, he does not stop.
And it looks like he's done with edges already.
Oh
yeah,
my lord.
Alright, that's a solve. That's crazy.
23-30.
Alright, what a crazy way to start it. Yeah, this man is just going. I see in chat Steve Griggs saying Leo go brr.
Yes.
Very accurate.
This
very
is
accurate.
extremely accurate.
Yeah.
Did he even have any parodies on that solve?
It didn't look like it. I didn't see OLO parody, so
Yeah.
I don't know about BLO parody though. So I wonder what, how many parodies we'll get in its average. Because of course that is a pretty big deciding factor in how good a 4x4 average is. Unfortunately, that can be a big deal.
Alright, solve number 2 here. Let's see if he can get something close to that first solve. Jeez. It's... Oh.
Some slight pauses on this one, but...
Yeah.
What? He's on...
He's just kind of finishing edges and then suddenly on OLO.
It's like what? Yeah, because I mean that's his 3x3 talent shining through.
Yeah.
2291 it looks like. Yeah. All right. So yeah, still no parody. What this is telling us is that his official results are not quite as good as what he does at home.
He's already counted that 23, which is really good.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Although his luck has been very much in his favor with no parodies. In 2 solves there is a 1 in 16 chance of no parody at all. So that's pretty lucky. We expect parody on half of his solves, so it would be awfully surprising if he's able to avoid it. Unless maybe Leo has a secret parody avoidance strategy he's not telling us about.
He sees it in the inspection.
Yeah. I mean, it explains how he turns so fast if he's one looking.
You can even see that, like, sometimes his hands, like, are maybe not big enough to reach some of the layers. Which is
It makes me wonder how good he's going to be when he's older.
Yeah. Oh my god.
He's got roll parody this time.
Yeah.
But he did it so fast. Roll parody too.
Yeah, double parody.
Solid solve there. With double parody. Let's see what it was. Oh, a 31.
31.
Alright. Not quite what he was hoping for. But it looked faster than that.
Alright, let's see if Leo can get some of that luck back.
Yeah. He might have gotten that double parody out of the way there.
How's he looking for podium right now? If
it's shaping up pretty well for him right now. First place is Kieran with a 25 average, and so of course Leo does not want to count that 31, but
yeah,
he can do this. And he is just turning.
Oh my. Turning and he doesn't stop.
He does not stop. He's on 3x3. What is that solve? That looks really good.
22.58.
Wow.
Accounting 22, I guess.
Yeah. Wow. All right. That's insane. So right now, his worst possible average is a 25.87, which would be podium, but barely. It would be third place. So either way, he's currently shaping up to be on the podium. I mean, of course, some people can still enter the time zone. The round's not over, but we'll see.
This solve, anything sub 31 kind of counts, so it's really down to this one.
Yeah. The best possible average, of course, is a 22.93, which is crazy.
What?
Especially because his best single is a 22.58. Like, this is consistent besides that 31.
Jeez.
So this is shaping up to be even more leaderboard points for Leo here.
Yeah. He's very far into the table now.
He's about 20 seconds in right now. But he is on his 3x3 stage.
Oh, it looks like he had parity.
Alright, not a great solve there, but it is going to possibly get him a win. 28-13. Alright, let's see.
24.78 average.
24.78 average. Alright, that is shaping up to be a win so far. Unless somebody puts in a better average, that's currently going to be first place. Congrats.
Wow.
Nice
Congrats.
job. Yeah, and with that, we are going to pass it over to our analysts, Phil and Stanley, and they're going to discuss some... Or sorry, I think it is Phil and Stanley here. They are going to discuss some 4x4 stuff with you. Thanks for joining us, Leo.
Thanks.
Yep. See ya.
Right, so we're back with Leo Borromeo, who I think has just won 4x4, which is pretty impressive. So we're just going to talk to Leo about, well, his cubing in general, because I know a lot of you probably know that Leo is currently one of the fastest 3x3 solvers in the world, but also he's become more world-class in other events recently. So Leo, what current events would you consider yourself world-class in?
Currently, my 4x4 has improved drastically from last year to this year. Last year I averaged around 30, and now I average around about 25 to 26 seconds.
Wow, that's an incredible improvement.
That's incredible.
And also my one-handed times. I mean, lately I haven't really been practicing, but earlier this year I was averaging low 11, and last February I got an 11.01 average, which placed me 15th in the world.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Serious, yeah.
Is there any sort of other events you're looking to or starting to practice to try and get world class at? Or are you just sticking to 3x3, 4x4, and one-handed at the moment?
I'm definitely looking forward to improving my 5x5 times.
Yeah.
Currently I average around low 104 to 106.
Yeah.
Also my Megaminx times. Megaminx seems like a fun event to me. So yeah. I definitely want to get more into that. And as well as 2x2, I really want to finally learn EG1. So.
Yeah. How are you sort of balancing your practice between different events at the moment? Like how much is 3x3, how much is 4x4, etc.?
This might come as a surprise, but I am currently practicing 4x4 more often. Even yesterday, I did 200 4x4 solves and 100 3x3 solves.
Wow!
Oh, wow! Yeah,
that's impressive.
Your practice is definitely proving proving useful for 4x4, considering you've won. Well, I'm pretty sure you won a 4x4 just now, and you won it last week as well, didn't you? Yes, you have won 4x4, just beating Kieran and Timon. So yeah, very impressive.
I had one question. So there are a lot of 4x4s that a competitive 4x4 can choose as their main. What 4x4 do you use, and what do you like most about it?
I currently use the Alsu WRM.
Okay,
It came as a Mystic Alsu WRM, but it was too slow for me, and I was very impatient. So I wiped all the lube out and relooped it with some max sleeves and DNM insert. What I like about this is that it's small, since like my hands are small as well, and the magnets aren't that strong. That's like one of the only reasons like I don't particularly like this one, because the magnets are really strong for me.
Okay. Is that an MGC?
Yes.
MGC. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
Timon mentioned last week that he was switching from the WRM to the MGC 4x4, and he said the WRM was the size was good because he didn't have to have octopus hands.
Yeah, the small 4x4 definitely helps for sure. Remember back in the day when 4x4s used to be humongous and they popped?
Yeah.
the original Weisu. That's it's a great blast from the past. All right, so yeah.
You go. Yeah.
I was gonna say we might have to head out to keep up with the schedule. Sorry to cut you short. We have a lot of cool cubing action, probably 3 hours worth for you guys.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the next event, which seems to be 5x5. We'll see Timon do 5x5, and hopefully we can enjoy some quality solves. Thanks for being on here.
Yep. We'll probably see you later, Leo.
Yeah. All right.
See ya.
See you later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Cubing at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. Slight correction to what Phil was saying earlier. We are actually going to be moving on to 3x3 rounds 2 next. There was a slight mix-up on the schedule on our end, and that tripped me up earlier, and it accidentally tripped Phil up there as well. That has since been fixed. We are going to be moving on to 3x3 round 2, and then 5x5 after that. Fun fact, everyone. My air conditioning has been broken, and it is 1,000,000 degrees in my room. It doesn't matter whether or not using Celsius or Fahrenheit. I'm very warm in my room. But who's coming on for 3x3 round 2 is actually Luke Tixon. That was revealed a little bit earlier. Luke is a very fantastic 3x3 solver who is also well known for his well-roundedness in his event, being very good at big cubes and one-handed as well. So we brought him on to try and showcase his 3x3 solves. We think he'll do excellent, and we wish him the best of luck. Without further ado, we're going to be moving on to Luke Tixon for 3x3 round 2.
All right.
And we're back. We are now here for 3x3 round 2. Joining us, we've got Luke Tixon, who's a very talented cuber who we've seen many times here before, and quite a few different events as well. So, Luke, best of luck to you, and whenever you're ready, feel free to get started.
Luke here. Seems like he's become kind of a stream regular.
Yeah, definitely. Luke has been on a lot of cubing at home streams, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how this average goes.
I think
it's always a tight match to get into top 8 for 3x3 finals.
I mean, Luke, as we've seen, is one of the most confident cubers, always claiming that he's not gonna beat anyone.
Yeah. Right now, the finals average is a 7:54. 7:12 will help get there, but of course, there are a lot of people who still need to enter their times in, so we'll see how this goes. 7:12 is a solid start for Luke, though.
For sure.
I accidentally redid the same screen.
Oh.
We'll wait for that then.
Getting scrambled here. Let's see how we can do on solve number 2. So if he needs a 7.5, a sub 7.5 average is totally doable for him.
Mm-hmm. I do think finals will end up being slightly more competitive than that, but usually it is a low 7 average to make finals here. Oh, we're getting a lag from him here. Oh, that was an 892. So that's not going to help out too much for the finals quest.
Let's hope he can not count that 8.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Third solve here. He seems to be one of the cubers who moves slightly faster between solves.
Mm-hmm.
Not that much of a routine.
Yeah. Yeah, Luke is just an all-around good cuber. But doesn't sweat it too much. Just solves. All right, 8-12. Not too great. Definitely not what he's hoping for. And that will be counting, unfortunately. So he's going to need 2 really good solves here if he wants to make finals.
Yeah.
Finals right now is looking like a 747 average. So it has improved a little bit.
Yeah, so he's definitely going to have to get 2 very good times here.
Yeah. I also don't see Leo's times in yet for finals.
Oh, okay. So.
Oh, a pop.
Uh-oh.
A pop in 2020.
We don't see those very often.
And it was inserted wrong. So, for those of you who are somewhat newer cubers, a pop is when a piece comes out of a cube during the solve. That is a 1695. Pretty stylish solve with the pop, though. Honestly, not a bad time, given that an edge came out.
And he reinserted it wrong.
Yeah.
That cube must be really loose.
Yeah. So that seems like that's going to be... I don't think he can make finals at this point. But he could still get a pretty decent average.
Well, he's counted those 2 8s, so it looks like...
That's going to be kind of rough.
I think his best possible average is going to be, what, like a high 7, if he gets like a...
it looks like an 805 is his best possible right
805?
Now. Yeah. And it looks like he's going to count it. Let's see.
Just about.
711, yeah, barely.
He barely counts
so that's going to be an 805 average. Very clutch getting that BPA there. Good stuff. All right. Solid last solve, and that was a fun pop there in the middle too. But yeah, nice job. I think we don't actually have an analysis segment this time around. I don't think. Actually, wait. No, we do have an analysis segment with Phil and Stanley this time. So we are going to pass it over to them now, and then we'll be back with 5x5 after that. So see you guys. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, this is Phil, and that's Stanley, and that's Luke Tixon. We only have 2 minutes to do this interview because we're kind of behind on schedule, so we each get one question. My question is, so we have a few new faces in the 3x3 finals. Do you think that these new people in the 3 finals can defeat the Cubing at Home staples, or do you think the staples are going to take it?
I feel like it'll definitely be close. It's likely that like Leo and Timon are still probably going to be on the top, if not the top two. But who knows?
Yeah, Carter Kukala, Brian Johnson, and Stanley. Did you have a question, real quick?
Not particularly, but just like, yeah, you've been on the stream a few times before, what have you really been doing anything in particular? Have streamers been improving for you and such? Or have you been doing anything in particular to help with that?
I haven't really been doing anything in particular. It hasn't really changed what I've done much.
I see.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. That's an interview PB. We did fast, and it was good. Hopefully, this can help contribute to the saving of the schedule. Thanks so much for watching. This has been Phil, Stanley, and Luke.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Cubing at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. I'd like to thank Luke Tixon for coming on stream there and for having unfortunately, a little bit of a short interview. We are trying to make sure that we stay on schedule as close as possible. Speaking of being on schedule, what's coming up next? I'm going to say the correct thing this time. We're going to be moving on to 5x5. On for 5x5, we've got Timon Koloshinsky, as you guys know, as one of the fastest solvers out there, who's got frequent appearances in the podiums for almost all of the events that we do on here. We've brought him on today for 5x5. And for everyone else who's out there, 5x5 is opened. Please make sure you go onto our website using !compete to go check out the results there. Or to go compete there. You can check out the results, as always, results.cubingathome.com. Anyway, without further ado, we're going to be moving on and having Timon solve 5x5 on screen.
And we are back here for 5x5 with my co-host Stanley Chappell, and here solving we have Timon, very fast solver. Let's see how he does for 5x5. All right, looks like he's just gonna get his cube solved here, real quick.
Just about.
Let's see his results so far.
Does 5x5 have to be scrambled correctly?
Yes.
Well, I think not in cubing at home, right? Just...
Oh, and cubing at home. I am not 100% sure.
I can't be positive, but just don't miss scramble is my best advice.
Well, I already did, but I'm pretty sure like the organizer were reminding.
The organizer said it does
people
not have to be correct, so you're good.
Okay.
All right.
He's getting started. That's good.
All
Guys are
right.
not familiar with Timon solving. He's using the Yao method for 5x5.
Looks like he's on last centers now.
Yeah. Preserves the last cross edge. Going into last 8 edges.
Moving fairly fast through it too.
Yeah.
Not many pauses at all.
Yeah. Pretty nice 3x3
Corner
so
twist.
Oh.
Oh, but that hurts. Yeah.
45-54 with a corner twist.
Still pretty decent.
I mean, so far, podiums haven't been updated, but number 1 is your host for the comp, Keaton Ellis. And Timon just destroyed the single. Alright, solve number 2 here. Let's see. Alright, doing his white edges here, it looks like. Uh-oh. Big pause there.
Ooh, yeah.
Looks like he's having not a great solve here.
Yeah.
50-79.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Alright, it looks like average to beat is still going down for the win.
Yeah.
And Timon is going to need as many wins as he can to be able to take the whole series.
Yeah. Doesn't look like the nicest start ever.
Yeah, the first 2 centers did not look fun.
Yeah.
But the solve does seem to be flowing pretty well.
Yeah. Edges are looking pretty decent.
Already on 3x3 stage.
Yeah. Oof.
44-48.
Best solve so far, but he's still not happy with it.
Yeah. No, that 3x3 stage took a little bit of a hit, but
yeah,
overall, pretty decent.
All right. Looks like he's on track for first right now.
So, ooh, there was a couple pauses right there.
Yeah. Not looking quite as fluid as his other stalls.
Yeah.
Good transition into edges, though, it seemed.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, to the ZB.
4480.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, counting 44 now.
Yeah. And he has a pretty decent chance to win this, provided he doesn't do too bad on his last solve.
Has Kieran solved yet?
Yes. He has a 45.69 average.
Oh, okay.
Best possible average for Timon right now is 44.94. See if these sips of water are going to be able to help him.
Yeah.
Get a good single here. Bit of pausing there.
Yeah, he's going for red-orange first two centers this time, though, which is interesting. Because I don't remember if he's gone for white all of the first four, but he definitely was predominantly on white.
It was all of the first four, so.
Okay.
I'm guessing that orange and red were much better.
Yeah, he's really pushing for it. On 3x3 stage. See what he does. Ooh, not the nicest case for big solve. And ooh, what did he get?
4707.
Ooh.
Oh,
that's tough.
I think that's gonna put him in second place, most likely.
No, 4580 average.
Barely in second place.
Yeah.
Same for 4x4 too. Kieran won by 0.02.
All right. Well, Timon, thank you for coming on and doing your solves.
Thank you for
Congrats
having
on
me.
second place. And we'll see you guys in a bit. See ya. Thanks for coming on, Timon.
Hey guys, we are back, Phil Mills with Timon, and I hear some police sirens. Must have been Timon speeding.
Yeah.
Terrible joke. I don't know where that's coming from, but hopefully it passes. So we actually were watching the stream, and we saw an absolute nail biter last solve. It resulted in you being about 0.1 away from Kieran. So I guess like how do you 0.2. Yeah, 0.11, I think. But like, yeah, how do you feel about that? Like, what's going through your head right now?
I mean, I'm just disappointed with myself because I made a very poor decision on last layer of the last solve. So I had like, well, I don't know how to generate it, but it's like, wait, it would be. All right, yeah, I had this Olo, so I'm showing it on green.
Gotcha.
And on 5x5, doing it lefty, like I normally do on 3x3, it doesn't really work very well. So normally I just do reverse through and get a ZBLO, and that works really well on 5x5 especially. But instead I did the lefty Olo, and that took like 3 seconds or something.
That's unfortunate.
Oh no. Yeah, every second mattered on that last solve. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. But looking forward now, you're seated second in 3x3 round 2. So that means that you're going into the finals racing against, I believe, Brian Johnson. What do you know about Brian Johnson? And have you raced him or interacted with him before? No? Okay.
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's American.
Yeah.
So
it might
we
not
see
be
him
Brian
a lot.
Johnson actually, because Carter, I think he said he had to drop out. So in which case it would be Kieran you'd be up against, actually.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically, if it was like a Timon versus Kieran first round in 3x3, how would you handle it, and what would you expect from that?
Well, I think last time, I don't know if it was first round. Kieran beat me by 0.01. So yeah, I mean he's gotten better at 3x3. So I don't really know what to expect from him, but I hope I would win.
Okay, good. And for the rest of the bracket, you know, we have some familiar names: Leo, of course, yourself, Luke, Maddie, other Luke, hopefully Carter, but if not, you know, Brian, Kieran, and Juliet. What are your predictions for this group of finalists?
Well, I don't really know who's going against who, so it's hard to say. But I mean, Matty, me, and Leo are like the favorites, and we like until two of us meet in the same round, we're probably gonna keep passing on.
Yeah, you're all of you are in the top 4, so I don't think you'll be facing up against each other in the first round. So
yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, it's the beauty of seeding. Yeah.
So we had a really close matchup between you and Matty in the semifinals last week. What do you think if you two get matched up again, which I guess that's quite likely? How do you think that will go?
I don't know. I mean, like it was also funny because that was like the only round in which Matty just like was point on every solve.
Yeah, he popped off.
And I was also solving really well, but he was just that much better at that moment. So yeah.
What have you been doing to like plan your revenge?
Well, I wanted to practice 3x3 a lot, but I was like injured for 3 days straight, so I couldn't practice at all.
I see. How are you feeling now?
Now it's good. Yesterday I thought it's gonna be bad, and I will not be able to even warm up. So I was just going to compete and not do anything else.
Yeah.
But I woke up, tried queuing, and I can like basically normally queue now.
Well,
That's good.
Yeah, that's pretty
Good to
fortunate.
hear. Good
So
to hear.
you also have a in-person competition coming up soon, don't you?
Oh yes.
Yeah. Have you been practicing lots for that?
Yeah, before the interview.
Oh, okay. Is that
I
next
was
week?
practicing 505 because I found out like what's the time needed for top 3 in the world is, and I was like, oh, that's possible.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you very nearly got it, right? You beat your PB today in comp.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
like my official PB is not very good.
Yeah.
It's like low 48, but that's like really bad.
How are
Ranked
your
11 in the world,
nerves
by the
like?
way.
How are your nerves going into this competition after such a long
Oh.
break?
Yeah, I don't really know how to feel about it. Like I'm trying to just not think about it because I like saw what I can do online, and it just like thinking about it makes me anxious, and there's really no point in thinking about it since
fair
it's
enough.
so far away.
Yeah, just go into it just to hang out with friends and stuff.
Destroy
Nah.
everyone.
Like,
That's more like it.
competitions, I'm like really focused on queuing. I like meeting up with friends after the competition and stuff, but during the competition, I just try to focus.
Okay. Serious defender. All right, so we got to head out. Thank you guys so much for being on the stream, and we wish you the best of luck. We're really glad you recovered from the injuries. It's always tough to want to queue, but you can't. So we're really happy, and let's get on with the rest of the competition. Lots of exciting stuff coming your way.
All right, we'll see you later, team man.
Hello and welcome to Cubing at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. We just saw some incredibly fast solves from Timon, just barely not making it onto first place there, but still an impressive and quite fast solves from him. We hope that he recovers well from his hand injuries, and we hope that that doesn't affect him long term as well. But for now, we're going to be moving on to our next event, which is Square One. We've got Aiden Bartlett and Max Shao, two of the fastest Square One solvers out there, to showcase their stuff for us. And they've got really nice camera angles as well. So I'm really excited to see that. They've both been streaming recently, so we hope that that helps them with their nerves here on Cubing at Home. If you're going to be doing Square One, make sure that you guys are going over to our website. Use !compete or just head over to our website directly and click the Compete tab to go to your results. You've got about 15 more minutes to do your Square One solve. So for most people, that should be fine. Without further ado, though, we're going to be moving over to Aiden and Max for Square One.
Welcome back, everyone. Now we're gonna cast some square one solves, courtesy of Aiden Bartlett and Max Xiao. I'm joined by my co-commentator Andreas Patsalis. And yeah, I guess we can just get started. You can start the round when you're ready.
All right, I'm gonna mute you guys.
And can we just solve like whenever?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll mute you guys.
All right.
Right, fun.
The round already is open. It looks like first right now is Lace from Lace Solves. Second is Vincenzo, and third is Sam Fang. Average to beat is an 8-11 for first.
Max is starting inspection.
I can't really tell what's going on with him.
Yeah.
728.
Ooh, okay.
Start.
Yeah, turning looked quite nice, but yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell completely what's going on unless you have like a very like top-down angle, like Aiden.
Yeah,
going
Aiden has a perfect setup.
Yeah. Not complaining though. It's just nice to see good squan turning. It always looks great.
Good
Yeah.
start.
Both of these competitors are very highly ranked with sub 7.5 official averages, I believe. Yeah, and Aiden has NAR average.
Yeah, and is world champ.
Yes, that too.
Oh.
Max is going right now. Had a little.
Oh,
that
plus
is
two.
a +2.
1228.
Dang.
See Aiden, he's tracing now.
Oh, the shape doesn't look great.
It's nice if you know how to deal with it, but yes. It is. Interesting wrist D2 start. But oh wow,
29.
29. It's
I feel like wrist D2 is an underrated finger trick for
That's
squan.
true, yeah.
Especially in cube shape.
Yeah, I feel like it's mostly useful at like just the beginning and end, but it has its uses, and I think Aiden showed how to use it right there. Axe doing his tracing now. Ooh, a little bit of a fumble with the start.
Yeah.
But looking pretty nice right now. Some pauses, and was that? I could not completely see the PBL, but
941.
okay. 941. Unfortunately, that does count in his average. But let's see what Aiden has going on. Okay, 739.
739.
Pretty solid start.
So he has a counting 6 and a 7. Holy moly.
Yeah. The 7 is not counting, actually, which is...
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, to have a 739 as worst solve is very nice.
Yeah, you'd expect usually to see solvers have nerves on stream, but it seems like Aiden is just getting some great solves.
Ooh.
757.
Okay.
757.
See how Aiden does now. Oh, that's... Oh, wow.
Whoa.
That was...
2 counting 6s.
One slice OBL, that looks like.
Yeah.
That was pretty crazy.
1002.
Ooh.
1002.
Yeah.
So counting 10 for max.
Yeah, seems like it'll be about like it's a 9 flat average.
Oh my god, best possible average right now, 641 for Aiden.
Yeah. Wow.
And I think, is he almost guaranteed a sub 7 average?
At least almost. Yeah, he is guaranteed a sub 7.
Holy moly.
Yeah, let's see how he does. This is not a nice cube shape, but cube shape isn't everything. Actually, this is a nice cube shape. I misread it because black pieces. They obscured a little bit, but
Honestly, that actually would have been the worst solve anyways.
All right.
All right.
All right. 682 average. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good average.
First by 0.5. Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. All right. Congrats, Aiden, on first place. Thanks, both of you guys, for coming on. And we'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, we are back with Phil on the analyst desk and Mills, and we have got Aiden and Max who have just finished square one. Aiden got an amazing average and he placed first. Max just missed out on top 8, which is quite unfortunate. But yeah, how did the average go for you guys?
I'll go ahead and start. So this is probably the first time at keeping it home that I'm actually like satisfied with my results. So I'm pretty happy. I don't think the scrambles were anything great, but I was able to perform well, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, very impressive. What about you, Max?
I'll just go ahead and just say it. Like, I did terribly. I've just gone through a bunch of predicaments today. Like, just over the past few days of practice, my times haven't really been the way I want them. I think I've been averaging closer to high 7, and I used to be around like mid 7. And just before stream, like when I was in the green room, my cube broke an edge.
Oh no!
So yeah, I have a bent edge on my Angstrom Volt V2, so I had to switch last minute to my other Volt V2M, and like I was doing okay on it, but I guess on stream there was just too much pressure, and I ended up not doing too well. I even mistraced a solve, which also added to my failures. So yeah,
I was really worried I'd mistraced, but
yeah,
I was able to...
luckily you didn't. Yeah, what I've just noticed is how many people have got like low 9, sub 9, and well, you got sub 7, and just comparing these results to like say what World Championships 2017, where people were struggling to get what 9.3 was world record average or whatever. It's just how have Square One got so fast recently, and what sort of improved it?
Well, hardware honestly hasn't improved much since Worlds 2017. Like you could probably be within a half second if you were just using the original Volt, like the Volt V2 or the YLM. The big thing is that now more people are using CSP as opposed to like in 2017. I think 2 of the top solvers were still not using CSP, Charlie and Firstian. So yeah, basically everyone in the top 50 now is using CSP, so that's helped quite a bit. And now we have people who are learning PBL or just implementing some into their solves, which is cutting down time pretty dramatically.
Yeah, CSP is really interesting. Like, it's always interesting to see people, develop something in the solve that most people at first find impractical, and then what's considered impractical becomes a norm, and now everyone has to do it. Yeah, it was really interesting. I remember like 2x2, like people were like, "What? You can do the last layer in 1 alg?" Like, back in the day. Now people are one-looking the entire puzzle. So it's cool for norms to change. That's when like you've noticed like a big shift in times. It's like the overall outlook on how to do the puzzle is adjusted.
Yeah, and like I guess I wasn't really around when CSP first became a thing, but I was still kind of late to the party to learn it because I was sub 9 when I learned CSP, which is a lot later than most people are nowadays. And it wasn't because I didn't think it was good or anything. I was just lazy. That was the only reason. Because it does look like a really big commitment. It's like 100 algs, but a lot of them are barely any different than, say, just optimal cube shape, which a lot of people who are just even sub 15 probably know. So.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
So, yeah.
It looks like we're actually out of time. I'm sorry, guys.
Out of time. Okay.
Yeah, we have kind of a cramped schedule because of some other delays in our day. So sorry, guys. But congratulations to Aiden for winning the event, and we hope that your performance improves and that you're happy with yourself, Max.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, both of you guys stream, so best of luck there. Hopefully, perhaps streaming more will get you in the groove of competing and adjusting to conditions. But we're very lucky to see both of you guys stream Square One.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay,
thanks for
cool.
having me.
Sorry about the rush, guys.
That's all right.
I believe we have the mini Guildford challenge coming up.
All right.
That's cool. Let's go check it out. When is that scheduled? I believe that's next.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think so.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be 12:50, which is already past.
Like right now. Let's go to that.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Cubing at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. We saw some crazy fast square one solves there. Thanks so much to Aiden and Max for coming on stream. I wanted to take a second and make a little bit of announcement about our next event, which is Mini Guildford Challenge. For those of you who don't know, there are 10 events that are in this: 2x2, 3x3, 4x4, and 5x5, along with 3x3 one-handed. And then on the other hand, we've got Megaminx, Pyraminx, Square One, Skewb, and Clock. So you need to have 10 different puzzles ready to go for this. These tends to be a little bit more balanced than the full Guildford Challenge, which also includes the big cubes 6x6 and 7x7. And so it's not just like, oh, whoever's fastest at big cubes wins it. But also, for those of you who are participating in Mini Guildford, just as a note, we are having some issues with the PDF on the website. Please use the Show Scrambles area instead in order to do your to scramble your cubes up. Next up for Mini Guildford, though, we've got Kieran Biahan, fast Irish solver, currently competing for top of the leaderboard right now for Cubing at Home, and of course, an incredibly fast big cube solver. Without further ado, we're going to be moving on to Mini Guildford with Kieran.
And we're back. We are here with a Cubing at Home exclusive event, the Mini Guildford Challenge. So for those who are unaware of what this is, it's a 10-event relay. We've got Kieran Bian, who's a very talented solver in many of these events, here to do his attempts. So Mini Guildford is just one attempt. So, you know, we're going to see how it goes on this one. And yeah, this is your chance. So good luck. Hope it goes well.
Yeah. I'll tilt the camera down, and then I'm going to take my headphones off too.
Sounds good.
Kieran has scrambled ahead of time.
See you guys in a bit.
See you. Yeah. So Mini Guildford's an interesting one because, you know...
Can you see me?
Yes. Mm-hmm. For things like, you know, for N by N relays, like 2 through 7 or something like that, it tends to be weighted very heavily on how well you can do just one event, like 7 by 7 and 6 by 6 in that case. You know, just big cubes in general. But for something like this, it kind of is testing a lot of skills. Obviously, 5 by 5 and Megaminx are going to be the longest events here. But still, if you're not like a competent, you know, 3 by 3 or Skewb solver or clock solver or something like that, you're still not going to be getting the best times.
Starting with OH.
Yeah. Which tends to be a good idea too, because if you don't, you might forget that you have to do OH with one of those 3 by 3 cubes.
Yeah, and then he goes
solid OH there.
Straight to 5 by 5. So yeah, the longer events are obviously where you can save the most time.
Yeah. But at the same time, things like, you know, 5 by 5 and Megaminx are very different events. So, you know, like a lot of people who are really good at 5 by 5 aren't as good at Megaminx or vice versa.
Yeah.
They're just such different skill sets. So this is an interesting relay to watch.
Yeah, and it's hard to move straight from, let's say, something like a 5x5 to a Megaminx, especially with no inspection.
Yeah.
Or barely any.
Yeah. Seems like we're getting a little lag from Kieran here. Sorry about that, everybody. Hopefully this will fix itself.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Not much to commentate on right now.
Oh,
Oh,
there
okay,
we go.
good. We're back. We're back and better than ever. All right,
He's
he's
back.
finished
He's
5x5.
Yeah. Oh no, that was his 4x4, I think.
Oh, was that?
Yeah, I think he finished the 5x5 and
Really?
the 4x4. Whoa, that was a
Okay,
fast
wow.
3x3.
Well, he's done a 3x3
solve.
too. I think he's about a minute 30 into this.
He's on
I
to
started
clock.
timing a little bit after he did, but I think, yeah.
That was a really
slightly
fast
slow
3x3
clock
solve.
Yeah, that was a nice 3x3.
Dunk. Looks like he's struggling a bit with the clock.
Yeah. Ouch. Yeah,
Maybe
clock
he
is
maybe he forgot how to solve it.
Could be. Doing Pyraminx now? Something we
You
don't
also-
see him do very often, but there we go. He got that
You
done.
also don't want a DNF clock, right?
You don't want a DNF clock, that's true. When I did my mini Guildford attempt earlier today, I actually wasn't too careful with that. It ended up turning out all right, fortunately, but it was a little scary at the end.
I'm just
Very
swallowing.
interesting turning on Squan there.
Looks like he does like half his turning like only upwards and then kind of goes into more modern turning.
Yeah. So it seems like he's about 2 minutes and like 45 seconds in or so, and he's got Megaminx only. So I don't know what Kieran averages on Megaminx actually. Obviously, he's known for his big cube ability, but he's very good at a lot of smaller puzzles as well. And I believe he made 3x3 finals this time around too.
Whoa. Okay.
So I would expect probably around a mid to high 3 here, which is a very impressive solve.
I mean, UWR is what, like 255, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think UWR is around high 2s.
Yeah, so that's really, it's going to be a very good time.
Yeah. You don't see sub 3s very often, but Kieran is definitely going to be in the mid 3 range, which is really good for this many events to be that consistent. It's unfortunate he had so much trouble with clock there, though, because that definitely could have saved some time, but he's still in contention for a podium, I would say.
Oh, looks like he didn't know the PLL.
It's looking like a high 3 here. Let's see what that time was. How was that? What was the time?
358.
All right, not bad.
1.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Pretty solid, yeah.
Nice job.
Did I cut out?
Yeah, during 5x5.
Did I cut out during the solve there?
Yeah.
During 5x5, yeah.
How was the rest of it?
The rest of it
was
was
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, phew.
Yeah. Yeah, you're good. Cool. Well, nice job. Solid time there.
Thank you.
And yeah, I believe.
Thanks, guys.
Huh? Oh yeah, yeah. We are going to pass it off
Thank you.
to our analysts now to discuss just like the like how much pressure this sort of event puts on you and like your strengths and weaknesses for each event in here. So that should be pretty interesting. But yeah, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you, I believe, in 3x3 finals.
Yes, I'll be back in about an hour.
Sounds good. See you.
See ya.
See ya.
Hey everyone, you just saw Kieran doing a mini Guildford challenge. So that involves obviously a lot of different types of events. We know Kieran is excellent at big cubes. So I guess in your view, what events slow you down the most in a challenge like this?
For me, it's Megaminx and Clock would be my biggest slowdowns. I probably average maybe 20 seconds on Clock, I think, something really bad. And then on Mega, I average probably about 110, or maybe even worse at the moment. I used to be a lot better at some of these events, specifically Megaminx and Square One. I used to be pretty good, but then I started to focus on big cubes more, and I just had no time to practice some of these events.
Gotcha. Does doing something like this encourage you to practice more of these other events that might come in handy in unofficial event series like these, or does it just make you want to do your specialty more?
It probably makes me want to do my specialty more. Like I did do one or two. I think I done 2 mini Guildford practice runs. I think 2 or 3 days ago, and that's pretty much the only time I practiced all of the events in this, with the exception of 3x3, 4x4, 5x5, and one-handed. Everything else, I just never practiced.
Gotcha. Very interesting. Last question for me, which is, you look like you're headed to the 3x3 finals. So,
yes.
How do you feel about that? What are you looking forward to? And who do you want to avoid in the bracket?
So, in season 1, I made it to 1 final, and that was in 1.2. I was the first person I was up against was Leo. And but I was happy to get one. I won one of the solves, which is all I could really ask for. I think this time around I'm also paired up against Leo as well.
Oh, no.
So my fate is sort of sealed in that respect. But the fact that I even made it to 3x3 final is just something I'm looking forward to.
Awesome. Hopefully, if we cast that, we'll send you plenty of positive enforcement and
lots of good luck.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Well, currently, if you look at the points leaderboard, it's very hard to see who's going to win because of the points you get for fastest solve of the season. But what are your kind of thoughts? Like, do you think you're going to beat Timon? Do you think he's going to catch up? What are you thinking right now?
I already know the answer, but I've been told to wait until the official announcement. So
okay.
I won't
say anything about that then.
I won't give anything away.
Okay,
awesome.
Fair enough.
Yeah, some foreshadowing to keep the viewers watching the stream. That's great. Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like we have to move on to, I believe, 3 blind. That's our last event. It's a pretty cool event, so hopefully you guys stick around, watch some Stanley do 3 blind. And yeah, good luck to you in the final. And
thanks for having me, guys.
It's going to be one heck of a final. See you later.
We'll see you there.
Fingers crossed. Cheers, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Cubing at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. We're moving into our last round 1 of season 1, which is 3x3 blindfolded. I'd like to thank Kieran for coming on, and like I mentioned earlier, it's important to not just be good at big cubes, but to be a really strong all-rounder. So thanks to Kieran for coming on. We're going to be moving on to blindfolded now. Stanley Chappell, who you saw at the top of the show, is going to be returning as a solver here. He's going to be doing some incredible blindfolded solves for you guys, and we are glad to have him on. Make sure at this point that if you're doing blindfolded, you are going onto our website and checking out the compete tab or using !compete in chat. After Blindfolded, we're going to be moving on to reconstructing some solves from round 2, and then also going on to finals. So stick around. We've got some exciting content for you guys to wrap up our season. But without further ado, right now, we've got Stanley Chapel.
And we're back. This scene looks awfully familiar. We've got Stanley, and he's here to do some blindfolded solving for us. I'm, of course, joined by my wonderful co-host, Andreas. How's it going?
Stanley.
What? Oh. Yeah, it's going all right. We're doing some other blindfolded solves.
That's right. We're going to do some 3-blind now. So whenever you're ready, feel free to get started. And best of luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Stanley is very appreciative right about now, it seems.
He did have some bad luck in his practice solves before.
Yeah.
He kind of missed out on a 13 by 2 turns, and then he plus 2'd out of a 14 a bit later. So we'll see how he can do here.
Yeah. This is a very fast event, and also, like, you know, just all 3 solves are going to be done super fast for Stanley. It's not an average of 5.
Very fast memo.
7 memo.
I mean, historically, Stanley has not done the best for himself on stream.
Yeah. This looks all right. Okay. 1838. Great start.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. That's what we like to see. Nice job. All right. So that's really good. It's not going to put him in first yet, but he is currently in second place. Manuel Gutmann and Graham Siggins are surrounding him on the podium right now. Manuel Gutmann, of course, has a very similar name to my own. Stanley does not. That looked like a slightly slower memo, but we'll see what he's able to pull off here. It's looking all right. No pauses. All right, a 20. And it's good. Nice. So I guess, you know, this could be good for the mean.
Oh.
Something's happening. We're getting a new angle.
Oh, he was showing the plus 2.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it's not a plus 2 though. It looks good, I think.
That was an interesting way of showing it.
That was a very interesting way to show it. I see everybody trying to spell Danwell Goodman in chat. All right, we've got the third solve coming up, Stanley here.
Tommy Cherry.
Wow.
First, 738.
Yeah, 1738.
1738. That's what Stanley's going to have to beat here.
Yeah. Stanley's got to go full on Fetty Wap and beat a 1738 here. Oh, it seems like he got a corner twist there.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to have to get...
He's not going to do that. He might get a mean. Yeah, it's a mean. All right, probably about a 20-second mean there. And that's going to put him in third so far, unless somebody else happens to bump him out. Nice job. Nice job on the 18 there.
Nice job, Sam.
And the
Thank
mean.
you.
Very consistent. Well, not consistent, but, you know, consistently solving it at least.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can consistently solve a cube blindfolded despite a corner twist. Let's go.
That's right. Yeah, I saw that. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Nice job. I think that's going to put you in third place most likely. But yeah, I mean, also you are the top solver with a mean, so nice job on that one. 20.6 mean.
I don't know.
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
Cool.
18 best of 3 is a little bit disgusting, but that's okay.
Yeah. All right. I believe with that we are done with all our events except for, of course, 3x3 finals now. So yeah, we don't have an interview segment here. So we'll be right back with your top 8 3x3 finals. So that should be really exciting. Stay tuned for that. Thanks for joining us, Stanley. It's been fun.
For sure. Thank you.
Right, so Phil isn't here. He's taking a bit of a break, but I am going to reconstruct the 2 fastest solves of 3x3 round 2. So they were both sub 5s, and one of them was actually from me, which is a bit of a surprise. I'm not really as good as these top level solvers like Leo or Timon, but I can get lucky, apparently. So yeah, we're going to start with Timon's 487 solve he got. It was 53 move HTM. So, yeah, let's have a look to see what he did. This was the 3rd solve of the 2nd round, I believe. So he seems to do a yellow cross here. If we go through this a bit. Okay, yeah, pretty simple yellow cross, but I think he preserves a pair. No, he makes this pair here while doing cross. So if he does R prime FR here, it sets up this pair for his first pair. So he does a bit of a longer cross, but it gives him that as his first pair, so it's definitely worth it. He then what does he do here? Pseudo first pair, preserving another pair. Okay, so yeah, he doesn't immediately solve this. He does a pseudo pair like this. I don't think that was incredibly efficient, but it worked out. He then does another pseudo slot. So he ends up with he does like 2 pseudo slots, which gives him like a double X cross kind of thing. And then he still has this 3 pair here. So very efficient solution coming from Timon there. A lot better than my solve, which we'll see in a bit. He then has a pretty simple last layer, and then he sledges into a ZBLL. Quite simple. And then here is the ZBLL. I don't know this case. It looks like it's just 1 AUG into an anti-scene with a cancel. And then he has no AUF. So very good TPS from Timon there. There's over 10 TPS because it was 53 moves and a 4.87. So the way he does this at the start, so he makes the pretty simple cross, but I think most people, they would move this cross edge piece into there before doing the L, and then just do an F prime and then a D to finish the cross. But he was pretty clever and saw that he could just do a few extra moves across, make this pair. That was very good. And then he did a really cool pseudo slot thing here by using this edge and this corner to slot it in, which is very impressive, which then allowed him just to solve this last edge with just double inverse sexy. And yeah, that was incredible. Really smart solution there from Timon. So that 478, very good solve. Let's move on to my solve now, which is what we're all here for. This is 40 moves in 4.65 seconds. I was pretty happy with this. I unfortunately plus 2'd a 722, so I plus 2'd out of a 724 average, which would have made it to the final, which I was pretty disappointed with. But I was still very happy to get this solve because it was the fastest of the round, which is, yeah, I was not expecting that. So this was the 5th solve. and I started with a green cross. So I originally saw that I could do just an L prime, F prime, L prime, just to solve this. But then I saw this pair here, and if I just did what you'd expect me to do, it would be here, which would be like a 5-move pair to solve it in the back. But if I do an F prime at the start, it preserves this pair, and then I can also solve it before putting that in, so I do a bit of an X cross. And then while I was doing this, I think I saw this pair here. I can't remember exactly. So I finished that. That's in the back left, so it's very good for moving on to the next pairs, because I shouldn't have to rotate much or at all. So then I see this pair, I just do a U prime and insert that into the back. I then don't get great pairs here, but I do a Y prime and then solve this pair pretty simply. And then I do a bit of an inefficient solution for the last pair, but for my turning style and how I turn the cube, it's very speed efficient, because it's just like a sledge and into lots of RU spam, as you see here. And I also know that when I do this AUG, it twists this corner here and doesn't affect the rest. So that's why I do a U prime before, just to make sure I don't get a .OLL, which I'm not very good at executing at. So I do, sledge, and then I get that, which I just do the normal way. And then as I finish that, I have a little bit of a pause and then realize I got really lucky and just got a sexy sledge last layer. So it was technically a 1-look last layer because I knew it was going to happen, but not really. It was a really easy last layer, and I got very lucky here. So just a sexy sledge and then a U prime. That is the same last layer as my 5.00 UK NR single. So yeah, I guess I should probably wrap this up now. But yeah, those were the top 2 fastest solves of round 2. Second one being Timon with a 487, and first being me with a 465. Yeah, big shock. I can solve 3x3s. Yeah, so I think we're going to have a little bit of a break before we move on to 3x3 finals. So yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Cubing at Home 1.5. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis, and this is the final round of the final competition of the season. We're really happy to have done this entire season for you guys. We hope that you enjoy this, and we hope that you guys are very excited about this upcoming 3x3 finals that we have. We have a couple of announcements to make, though. Carter Kukala, who made 6th place with the 725 average, is not able to attend these finals. So we're going to be taking the 9th place Juliette Sébastien instead. So in 9th place, our 8th seed, Juliette Sébastien with the 744 average. Kieran with a 741 average is 8th place, our 7th seed. Brian Johnson with the 735 average is our 7th place and 6th seed. We skip over Carter because he's not able to attend. Luke Garrett with the 691 average is 5th. Maddie Hiroto Inaba is 4th with the 651. Luke Greiser is 3rd with the 644. Timon Koloshinsky is 2nd with the 614. And your first seed coming into these finals, Leo Borromeo, the man, the myth, the one that you know as one of the most winningest 3x3 solvers here on Cubing at Home. You got a 597 average, best single 573, which shows consistency, not just a couple of lucky singles. But without further ado, we are excited to bring you guys the 3x3 finals for Cubing at Home 1.5. Good luck, everyone.
And we're back with the first round of 3x3 finals here. We've got Leo Borromeo and Asher Kim McGarrick going up against each other. Should be a pretty exciting match. Both of these two have been in finals quite a few times before, so you know them and you love them. Whenever you guys are ready, you can get started.
Wait, can I start the solve like whenever I want?
Oh, sorry, 1 second. We are just getting the chronograph.
Because I was like, I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, sorry, just a second. We will be delaying for about 10 seconds here while we get them a crucial link. about this, everybody. We will just do 1 second. Okay. Sending the link right now in the general channel. You guys should have it.
All right.
Cool. So we should be good to go now.
Wait, hold on.
All right. So you guys both have access to the timer?
It says the session has expired.
Let me make sure you have the right link.
Sorry again for the technical difficulties, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, it's working.
I sent the link again. You guys should have it now. You got it? Did we get a thumbs up from both? Okay, cool. And both of you scrambled too? Okay, cool. We're just waiting on Leah at some point.
All right.
Sorry for the difficulties, everybody. We are getting underway now, though. It should be a very good match between these two competitors, both extremely talented solvers.
Yeah. And as with every cubing at home, it is extremely early for Leo, or late.
Yeah.
Whichever one.
Early or late, it's
Hi, everyone.
Leia, once you're ready, could you give a thumbs up? Looks like you're both ready, so you can begin the first solve.
All right. Looks like Chap is rooting for Leo.
Oh, he got a... That's under .06 though. So he got a timer malfunction. .003. 684 for Asher. We're gonna need some judge ruling on that. Are we gonna give Leo an extra on this one, or how are we gonna handle that? Sorry for the difficulties, everybody, but timer malfunctions do happen, so we're gonna see what the official ruling on that is. In a competition, this would be an extra, because the time is under .06.
Yeah, but this is a head-to-head comp, so...
Yeah, so a head-to-head comp is going to be a little
But it's still up on the question.
We are going to wait on the ruling from our judges. Okay. We are getting word that it will be just a second while they determine what the outcome will be. Yeah, point. Okay. Both competitors are going to move to the next scramble.
So does Leo get DNF?
It looks like that's not going to be any result here. I think it's still 0-0 on this one. Seems like it's going to be an extra for both competitors.
All right. Okay. Perfect.
All right. So okay. Okay, we're skipping to the next scramble then. So whenever both of you guys are ready, just give us a thumbs up and we'll get going.
All right. Now getting started with this finals match.
Yeah. Waiting on 2 thumbs ups here. We got one from Leo and we're waiting for Asher now. All right, they're both ready to go. They can begin. Now here is the true first solve of finals in your final Cubing at Home episode of the season. Episode, competition, what do we call these?
Episode is funner.
Yeah,
More fun.
All right, we got a 627 from Leo, and let's see what we get from Asher here. 760. All right, so Leo's going to take that first solve, making it 1-0. Early lead, but of course, you know, somebody had to take it, so no surprises there. All right, waiting on the thumbs up. We got a ready from Asher.
I think that Leo gave his thumbs up.
Okay, cool. Then they can both begin.
Let's see if Leo can extend his lead here.
Asher was really fast turning. Oh, a PLL skip, it looks like. 767 is going to beat Leo's 784, so it's going to be 1-1 now.
Close.
One more class layer.
One more glass layer? Oh, nice. So not a PLL skip, one more glass layer. Good stuff. Love to see that.
I mean, I guess technically it's a PLL skip, but...
True. You did not do PLL.
An EPLL skip.
Alright, whenever you guys are ready, just let us know. Thumbs up from Asher and from Leo, they can begin. $591 for Leo here. Oh wow!
Flying through this one.
That was a great solve. 631.
631
not quite gonna cut it. Wow. All right. So Leo's gonna take this one, making it 2-1. By the way, Asher, you don't need to use all 15 seconds to do inspection. You can start at any point during the inspection.
Okay.
Countdown.
I haven't made a final this season, so I just referring to
Yeah,
this
yeah.
season.
We have changed it up a little bit. All right. As soon as both of you guys are ready, just let us know. And we'll get your timer started. Thumbs up from Leo and Asher too, so they can begin.
Starting around the same time. Whoa!
Oh, 573, 2 5s in a row for Leo, and a 626 for Asher. Really good solve from both of them, but Leo just pulled ahead a little bit there, making it a 3-1 lead now.
That was a one look last layer, but technically not, but yeah.
Oh, nice. One look last layer. We're seeing a lot of this.
Ass fucking.
Always good to see.
Yeah.
Thumbs up from Asher, and waiting on Leo here. Thumbs up. All right, they can begin. That's that turning from Asher. Wow, all right, that was a fluid solve there. 644. That is going to beat Leo 662. Bringing it to 2-3 here. Very consistently fast solvers here.
I've got 3 points, right?
Yeah, it's 3-2.
Okay.
All right. Whenever you guys are ready, just let us know. Thumbs up from Leo and waiting on one from Asher. Got it? All right, you can begin. $645 from Asher and a 640 from Leo.
Oh man, and I locked up on that G perm.
It is so close.
Wow. Off by 0.05. A single lockup was what did it there for Asher, it sounds like. That's going to make it 4-2. Leo is pulling ahead. It is currently match point. And this will determine which of these two competitors makes it to your top 4 today. We've got Asher scrambling and Leo warming up.
Thanks to Leo here.
Yeah, very important point. Alright, waiting on thumbs up from both competitors whenever they're ready. We got one from Asher and from Leo, and they can begin. They seem to be ready at about the same time. They both warm up about the same amount, which is pretty cool.
Leo taking pretty long with inspection there. Oh.
Ooh. 614 against a 797. So Leo is going to take this. That's going to be 5-2 here for Leo. So he's going to be in your top 4 today. Congratulations to both of our competitors. Nice performance, Asher, for your first final of the season. Very good job. Very consistent solutions there. But yeah, nice job. We will be back with your next top 8 match right after this break. Thanks, guys. See you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. we have Maddie versus Luke Garrett in this race. I am here with Chris Mills. We're going to be casting this match. All right, so the solvers are going to be doing their final preparations before doing this extremely competitive race. So for you guys who were here last time, Maddie totally popped off and kind of went on like this crazy win streak. So we'll see how it goes this time.
Yeah, the scrambles have been sent to the competitors, so we've got to wait for them to scramble up, and then we'll get the first solve underway.
Awesome. All right, so yeah, both guys are cubing at home staples. You know, they've been around this event for a very long time, appeared in many, many finals, but only one of them can move on.
Yeah, I think Matty's probably the favorite from this match, but Luke can definitely pull out some pretty good solves as well, and maybe shock this matchup. We'll have to wait and see.
Wow, that warm-up solve was outrageous. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Luke looks like he's got a cube under the cover, and he's giving the thumbs up, and so we're waiting for Maddie to do the same.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, and Maddie, it looks like he's wiping his cube off a lot. Could be sweat from his hands. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know at least where I am, it's very hot right now. So I was
Yeah, for sure.
sweaty hands competing earlier. I blame that on my +2.
Right. Okay, you guys are both ready. Excellent. 3, 2, 1, go.
All
right, so this is the first meeting. Now. First solve.
Luke having some trouble with his cover there. Right,
all right, Maddie goes first.
Very good start. Bit of a lock up on the OLL into a V-perm, sorry. Very good F2L. Not a great last layer, but still a decent solve. It was 646, and it looks like Luke messed up a bit there. And an 866 from Luke there. So yeah, Matty's going to take that first solve pretty convincingly.
It's super intense to see himself get a diagonal PLL and just get a 6.
Yep. I was surprised to see him, like, I don't know how many ZBLLs Matty knows, but I think most top cubers know, like, T, U, and L ZBLLs.
Right. Both of them have their thumbs up. 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
Yeah, knowing ZBL on that solve definitely would have helped, because he did have a U case, I believe.
Yes, he did.
I think someone like Timon would have known that AUG, and it would have saved him from getting a V-perm.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty fast solve coming out from... Oh, I think that was a pretty bad U-perm. 863. 2 8.6 is coming from Luke. He's not going to be happy with that. And it's 735 for Matty, which is going to take that solve. So, not great solves from both people. But Chad is getting angry at me for saying Z again. Can we ban people from saying Z in chat?
Can we ban people from saying Z in casting?
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm just kidding. You're my friend. Don't unfriend me. All right. All right. So Luke is ready, and Maddie's ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Right. Third solve here. Matty has won both solves so far by at least a second. So let's see if Luke can get some faster solves. He's had 2 8.6s, which is not very good for him. Looks like a bit of a lock up in F2L there. Still some good TPS and another U-perm. 752 and a DNF from Matty there. So Luke's going to take it. Not sure what time Matty had there, but he had a 717. So he wouldn't have won that without the DNF, but that's a shame. So yeah, Luke's going to take at least one solve of this matchup, which I'm pretty sure he's going to be happy with. So let's see if he can tie it up here, or if Matty's going to take the strong lead here.
Yeah, that is a shame, because Matty's so particular about cleaning his cube. It's a shame to see it slip from his hands. All right.
Hopefully this average doesn't slip from his hands as well.
Exactly. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Right.
Just in from the green room, Leo Borromeo gets a 322.
Oh,
That's
no.
a +2 from Luke. Maybe a DNF. I think it's just a +2.
It's +2.
599.
And 599 from Matty there. So it's going to be 3-1 now for Matty. So yeah, Leo got a 3.00 +2 in the green room last week. So getting a 322 now, that's very impressive. Yeah.
Miss Scramble.
Okay, Miss Scramble for Luke.
Miss Scramble. Yeah, thanks for noticing. Let's.
Yeah.
All right, so let's give Luke some space to get the correct scramble.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like the chat is 64% on Maddie at the moment. All right, thumbs. Excellent. 3, 2, 1, go.
Right. So we got the 5th solve coming in here. So Matty is currently winning 3-1. Luke not really showing us what he's capable of yet. He's getting lots of lockups in F2L. This is a good solve from him, though. I think that was a mid-6. 482 from Matty, though, and a 685 from Luke. So not bad solve from Luke, but Matty getting a 4. Very impressive.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous solve.
Not sub me, though.
Right. Where are you in these finals? Someday you'll make it, and then we'll cast your finals as you do them.
Yes, I will. I will cast my own solve.
That's the dream. All right, Luke looks like he's ready, and Maddie's ready. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so this is game point Maddie. If Maddie wins this solve, he will win this match.
There.
Yeah.
What is this solve? This is going to be another 4. Oh, bit of a choke on the PLL, though. He flew through that F2L. Not sure what the time was, but I think it must be a 625.
625. Shout outs to Mitch.
Yeah, shout outs to Mitch. He's currently in this Discord call right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you to Mitch for all the work he does for Cubing at Home, by the way.
So yeah, that's gonna be 5-1 to Matty there. Not much of a surprise. Bit of a shame Luke couldn't show his true form right now. Probably the nerves getting to him. But yeah, Matty's gonna go ahead to the next round where he will face Leo, I think, in the semifinals. So yeah, we'll see you guys in a bit. And thanks to Luke for coming on as well.
All right, catch you later.
Bye.
Oh. And we are back here for the third match of the Monkey League Finals.
That's right.
Here we have Brian and Luke.
Did you say Monkey League?
Oh my.
Wait.
No, I don't think so. I hope not.
I think you did. I think you said Monkey League.
All right. It's not Monkey League.
We're cubing at home.
Take 2.
This is cubing at home, in case anybody at home was wondering. Yes, we are here with Luke Reiser and Brian Johnson. Whenever you guys are ready, feel free to start scrambling and just give us the thumbs up when you're ready to start yourself. Nice try, Andreas.
All right.
I didn't even notice.
Well, you're lucky I'm here to catch these things.
Yeah, we need you here, Luke. All right. I hope someone clips that.
Let us know when you guys are ready.
Yeah, just let us know. Thumbs up from Luke. Waiting on it from Brian. We got it. All right, you can begin.
Still love how Luke barely ends back.
Nice solve from Luke. Let's see what that was. 795 for Brian. What was Luke's time? Could you say it, Andreas?
It was a 6 something.
Okay. Nice. So that is going to take it, the first one here.
694.
694. Okay, so he wins by about a second flat. Well, seconds 0.01. Nice start. So it's going to be 1-0 in Luke's favor here. And whenever you guys are ready, just give us the thumbs up. Thumbs up from Luke. Waiting on Brian here. Cool. All right, they're both ready, and you can begin. So this is Brian Johnson's first 3x3 final in cubing at home. So we've got a newcomer here, but he really popped off in the second round there. And we'll see how he's able to do here against Luke. Luke finished his first solve. Or sorry, his second solve. Brian got a 679. What was Luke's?
575.
575. All right. So Luke is going to take it again by about a second. So it's 2-0 right now. Both solvers putting up really good times so far. But Luke just staying a second ahead. Thumbs up from Luke. And thumbs up from Brian. All right, they can begin.
Not happy with that one.
Brian's not happy with that one. We've got a 7. Brian's time is not quite showing up for us.
I got 748.
764.
Oh, Luke barely.
Wow. Close one there. All right, Luke's going to take it again, making it 3-0 right now.
Dang.
All right, whenever you guys are ready, you can give us a thumbs up and we'll get you started on this fourth solve.
Go for Luke here. The sweep is looking possible.
It's definitely possible, yeah. Thumbs up from Luke. Brian warming up on a 4x4 is a very interesting thing to do. Thumbs up from Brian, and they can begin.
$7.12 it looked like for Luke, and a 777 maybe for Brian.
Yeah.
Can't quite see.
777. All right. Yeah. So that is going to mean Luke takes this one too. 4-0 lead so far, which is pretty surprising because it's like, they've all been pretty close. But Luke has just consistently pulled ahead just by a little bit here. So we'll see how this potentially final solve goes. This is match point here. If Luke can secure a nice time.
Sweep.
Yeah, we'll see. Can the sweep happen? Or will Brian just pop off here and prevent it? All right, waiting on thumbs ups. All right, Brian's good. Luke looks ready as well, so they can begin. Luke using more inspection this time around. Using like almost all of it. And they started around the same time too.
We didn't have any good crosses on white or yellow. Oh my god.
Oh, Brian doing orange cross there. Pretty solid solve, it looks like. 762 for Luke and 7. Brian, was that time? Is that a 7.4?
744.
744. Nice. All right, so that's gonna make it not a sweep. 4-1 here for Luke right now. Luke's in the lead. But yeah, Brian potentially coming back. Could we see a reverse sweep? That's the question. We'll wait and see. Thumbs up from Luke. Thumbs up from Brian. They can begin. So solve 6 is now underway. Brian pretty much using not much inspection here, it looks like. And Luke using even less.
Through that one.
Ooh, Luke's happy with that. 523 it looks like for Luke. And is that a 6?
Yeah, 699.
699, nice. All right. So that's going to be a 5-1 victory for Luke. Nice job to both of you guys. You both put up a really good fight there. And yeah, Luke, we will see you in the top 4 coming up pretty soon. And thanks to both of you for joining us. See you guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey guys, we are back. This is a finals match between Kieran and Timon. Both these guys are super high achievers on the leaderboard. So we'll see how they do against each other in the classic event of 3x3.
Kieran, can you point your webcam down a bit?
Sure.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Oh, it froze.
It froze.
Yes,
But,
it froze. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
come
good.
back. That's perfect. Thank you. Okay. Well, let me know when you are ready, and I can
Oh, am I
start
back?
this.
Yeah, you're good. Right. Competitors should have scrambles now, so we'll wait for them to open them up, and we'll get started with this matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup. During the interview, Kieran confided in us that didn't do too hot against Leo, so we'll see how he
I don't
fares.
know where my cube cover is. That's a problem.
Timon has lost his cube cover.
And
am I back?
Yes, you are back.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Timon lost his cube cover.
Oh.
Oh.
There it is.
It fell down.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Kieran, you might have to adjust your camera again so that we can...
I'll do that now.
Yeah, good.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Yep, that's good.
Great.
Right, let's get this match underway. Currently, Timon has had 61% of the votes for who's going to win the match. So, yeah, not that much of a landslide. I guess Kieran's got some fans out there.
Yeah, he's a good cuber. Warming up on a big cube. All right, you guys ready? Give me a thumbs up if you are ready. All right, Kieran's got the thumbs up. And Timon? Are you ready, Timon? Okay. I'm gonna assume he's ready because he hasn't moved in a while. 3, 2, 1, go.
You guys are cutting out for me.
Oh, you should start. Okay.
Good solve from T1.
Yeah, that last layer was super short.
581.
581.
Oh man.
Kieran locking up a bit. Not a terrible solve though.
729.
729.
Yeah, I had this solo, and then I did the Saug to force ZB. And, yeah.
Very fancy.
Easy win.
Yeah, very
Easy
fancy.
win. Right, so Timon's going to take that first match.
All right. So, yeah, Kieran's hoping for at least one win here. Hopefully he gets it. Okay, that's the thumbs up from him. And thumbs up from Timon. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Excellent.
Right, so fun fact about Kieran is he only solves on green.
That's very interesting. I know some cubers who do that. When
Is that a 9 from Timon? And an 8 from
Kieran.
Kieran. Wow, some top level solves from some of the best cubers in the world right now. So Kieran's gonna take a solve against T1.
The score is tied, so it doesn't look too bad.
Oh yeah, score is tied. Close to matchup right here, right now.
Yeah,
I avoided the whitewash. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, when I went to China for a competition around 10 years ago, I met a lot of people who use only green cross. It was really interesting. Maybe there's like a certain tutorial that teaches green cross.
Yeah.
Sure. Maybe. There are a few Americans who do it too, like Anthony Brooks. He's famous for it.
Dan Brown, his YouTube tutorial says use green.
That might be it. Pogo bat. All right. Thumbs up. 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, Kieran.
Kieran,
the
go.
chronograph has begun. Okay, it's all good.
Let's hope this solve is second to none.
Ooh, great. Crisp A-perm.
Ooh, very good solve from Kieran there as well, though. 659? What did Timon get?
659.
5.8.
580.
Oh, not quite good enough. It's good to see we're back to some top level solves after that.
Yeah, but the 6 is going to make you happy. It's a good solve.
Yeah, definitely a good solve. Not quite good enough, though. Rip indeed.
Yeah, Timon's extremely dangerous in finals.
The winner of this match will be facing Luke Greiser in the semifinals.
Yes, indeed.
So if Timon wins this matchup, then it will be exactly the same top 4 as last week.
And it's gonna be Matthew versus Leo in the semifinal, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it will be different semifinals though.
You can avoid one of them.
Yeah.
All right, Kieran looks ready. And Timo looks ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Right,
Cool.
fourth solve here. Timon is currently winning 2-1.
That's right. Ooh, kind of a shaky start by Kieran.
Timon with a ZBLL there. Very good solve.
971.
555 and a 971 from Kieran there. It's going to get absolutely demolished, that solve, but what can you do? You're against Timon.
Yeah.
I'm doing pretty well too, because 3 out of 4 solves have been sub 6, which is very good.
Yeah, very impressive. And then there's the one outlier, which is a 9.
Yeah, the 9's an outlier for me, except the other way.
Switch.
My internet isn't loading the next scramble, so it's a bit worrying.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully
Shall I try
we can. Yes, please. Let's try to get it back.
Okay, I have it.
Good.
Is it the 5th scramble though?
Yeah. It's
Yes,
scramble
yes,
5.
it is. Yes, it is.
Cool.
ZBLL.
Good to go.
XYZ. Sorry, it's so amusing. Okay, both guys doing their warm up.
I'm ready.
Thumbs up from Kieran.
Looks like Timon's ready as well.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Fifth solve now. Let's see if Kieran can bring it back a bit now. Timon has been doing some solid solves though.
Yeah, it's not game point yet, so hopefully the pressure is not as heavy.
Not bad solve from Kieran.
Yeah.
Bit of a sigh from Timon.
765.
Oh man.
So Timon's going to take the 5th solve. It's going to be 4-1 now. At least Kieran's got 1 on Timon. He's not getting 5-0.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's a treat to see 2 world-class solvers compete against each other.
Indeed.
Great.
Ready?
Thumbs up. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Game point for Timon. I wonder how he's gonna handle this solve.
Probably pretty solidly knowing Timon.
Yeah, very consistent so far.
Maybe a low 7 from
703.
703.
Oh, the fist bump.
That solution was insane.
576. So that's 4. 5 5s from Timon, I believe.
Okay.
Every solve.
Wait, no.
Very impressive. Every solve he won, I'm pretty sure was a 5 or close to. So
No,
yeah,
6. And last
okay.
solve.
Okay, so yeah, still incredible solves from Timon there. Kieran getting 1 point, which is pretty impressive against Timon, who is really one of the top solvers in the world for 3x3.
Yeah,
So,
I wouldn't even dream of getting the point.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a good
Alright.
matchup, and we will see Timon in the semi-final. He will be facing Luke Greiser, and yeah, thank you to Kieran as well for coming on, and
Yeah,
good
GG,
luck
guys.
with the final points results as well, you guys.
Cheers.
Okay.
Yeah.
GG. Catch you later.
GG.
we are back here for another match in the finals of Cubing at Home. Here we have Leo and Maddie, actually the two finalists from the last Cubing at Home. So this will be a very interesting match to see.
Yeah, so whenever you guys are ready, feel free to scramble and give us a thumbs up when you're ready to get started. Best of luck to both of you.
We don't have the scrambles yet.
Oh, we're waiting on scrambles. Alright, we'll give that a minute for the scrambles to be delivered properly. This is going to be a really interesting match, though, because, like Andrea said, last time these guys were both in the finals. So that cannot happen again. One of them will be kicked out right here, right now. So we'll see.
And actually, it was a very gut-wrenching match. I mean, you had Maddie, who had, I think, 2 match points or something.
Yeah.
And Leo made the comeback.
Yeah. I think you guys should have the scrambles now. Do you both see them?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Maddie doing a lot of warm-up as usual. So, if history repeats itself, Leo will take this one in a gut-wrenching match, like you said, Andreas. But you know, last time it was very close. Maddie started out with a pretty solid lead, and so I think it should be an exciting one. We're just waiting on thumbs ups from both competitors, and we're waiting on. Okay, yeah, it looks like Maddie. He has it scrambled. Okay, he's doing another warm up. This guy's in it to win it. He wants to make that final round. Wiping down his cube a bit. Alright, and seems like he'll be just about ready. Thumbs up for Maddie, and Leo's ready too, so they can begin.
Oh.
Not a great solve for Leo, though. Let's see what Maddie got on that one.
Looked very fast.
638. All right, so Maddie's going to take this first solve here.
More practice solves.
Thumbs up from Maddie, and we're waiting on that. Taking a bite of something. Alright, let's see when we get the thumbs up from him. Alright, and they can begin. Oh, Maddie looks happy about that.
Oh, that was done like...
Flew off the timer again. 7:43 and a 606 for Maddie. So Maddie's going to make it an early lead here. 2-0. Can he keep it up? Thumbs up from Maddie. And Leo giving us the thumbs up. They can begin. Oh, we lost Maddie. His call has dropped. I guess we'll see what Leo gets here. While we wait for Maddie to come back.
Leo's probably taking up the whole stream now.
5:52.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, we'll be right back with Leo and Maddie in just a second.
What happened?
Maddie. All right, sorry for the difficulties there. We're back. On that one, Maddie got a 6. Well, I forget exactly what it was, Andreas. Do you remember?
638.
638. All right, yeah. And Leo had a 552 on that one, so it is going to be 2-1 now. So yeah, Maddie is still in the lead, but Leo's potentially coming back. So we'll see. Whenever you guys are ready, feel free to start on Scramble 4 and give me the thumbs up once you're ready to go. Oh, Maddie's doing another warm up. Gotta stay in the zone for sure. Thumbs up from Maddie, and we're waiting on Leo. Thumbs up? Alright, they can begin.
Very important one here.
Yeah.
Leo can either tie it or Maddie can go 2 points ahead.
Yeah. You do not want to be 2 points behind in a match like this, so it is a big one. That looks alright from Maddie.
I think Maddie's going to take this one.
Oh, yeah, Maddie's going to take it with a 749. That's a shocker against Leo to be able to take a match with a 7. But Leo didn't do too hot on that scramble, so it's a 3-1 lead for Maddie right now. Similar thing happened last time in the Maddie and Leo match. Maddie took an early lead, but then Leo was able to come back, so we'll see. Thumbs up from Maddie. And thumbs up from Leo, and they can begin. That looks pretty good for Maddie.
Like maybe a high 6 or something.
Yeah.
Let's see how Leo does.
567. All right, yeah, that
Not
was
better
better
than
than
I
a high
thought.
6 from Maddie. And Leo with another 7. That's going to be a 4-1 lead for Maddie. We have not seen this often, folks. This is surprising. Leo's 3 behind going into a potential game point solve here.
Let's see if Maddie could take it here. Almost as kind of a redemption.
Yeah. Leo taking deep breaths. We're waiting on the thumbs up from him. And he's ready, and they can both begin. Maddie with an F perm. Ooh, and he throws his hands up in the air afterwards. 608 against a 669.
Ooh.
Leo's going to take this. Maddie did have a really nice solve there, but it wasn't quite nice enough to beat Leo 608. So 4-2 right now.
Maddie can handle his nerves.
Yeah, we'll see. Thumbs up from Maddie. But Leo is really in the high pressure situation right now because he needs to win a bunch in a row. He's ready, so they can begin.
Yeah, he can't afford any mistakes.
Yeah. Maddie could still have a couple bad solves. You know, he doesn't want to be in that position, but it could happen. He could be all right. But Leo needs to just be on point. Oh, wow. That looks like a really good solve for
that
Maddie.
one.
And the upset happens by 0.5 seconds. Maddie takes it 5-2.
There it is.
Wow. I mean, I feel like the shocker is just, that Maddie was able to do it in just 7 solves to win this match. That's absolutely crazy. Congrats, Maddie. You're making it to the finals. 2 cubing at home comps in a row. Nice job on those solves. And Leo, we're going to see you in just a bit as well for the 3rd place match. And we're going to find out who that will be against with this upcoming semifinals. So, solid job to both of you, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you. GG, Leo. Yep. Thanks.
Welcome back. This is Luke Reiser versus Timon. And we're going to get started real soon. I believe this was a match last week. And
yes, it was the 3rd place matchup last week. Timon got 5-0 that time. So hopefully Luke can make up for that and prove that he's fast, right? He's fast.
Those scrambles.
Yeah, Luke's fast. So we're waiting for the scrambles.
They've
so we'll just hang out. Yep. Awesome. And to chat, this is a semifinal. This is not the grand final. After the semifinal, we'll have our 3rd place match and then the grand final. So we still have a lot of cubing left.
Yes.
So or not so much cubing next if it's a 5-0, but yeah.
Whoever wins will be facing Matty in the finals. It's a bit of a shock. Matty 5-2 to Leo in the final.
Okay, so whenever our competitors are ready, just give me a thumbs up and we'll start our first race. Okay, Timon's given the thumbs up and Luke is good. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. So it looks like Luke has resorted to the strategy of having a lot of cubes near him when he's solving. Hopefully that'll prove useful.
They're there for motivation.
Yes.
Oh, that was a very smooth apron there.
Yeah.
Timon with a good solve as well. Bit of a fist bump. That was a 677 and a 582 for Timon. So he's going to take that. I'm pretty sure he had a ZBLL, which definitely won in the
I was like 9 moves.
Yeah, we the same thing happened last time with Kieran and Timon. Like Kieran pulled out a 6, and then Timon's like, "Nah, bro, take the 5."
ZBLL is definitely coming in clutch for Timon recently.
Do we know what the season best single is?
I think it's 451 by Ray Bai.
Ray Bai, I think
All
so.
right.
All right, you gonna beat that? Go for single.
I'm trying.
Okay. All right. So let me know when you're ready. All right, Timon's ready, and Luke is ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Right. Yeah, very good video quality from these two competitors.
Yes.
Yeah, can see all the
appreciate
details.
it. Not great solve from Luke here. And a
Oh
pass
no!
at the end. Timon, not a great
Timon's
solve.
Completely misinspected cross.
Still gonna get a 684 and take that solve. So, fun fact, the second
The only
fastest
edge
solve
I
this season is
solved
by
with
me.
like the stuff I planned in inspection was the orange one. I solved one edge.
All right, tell them the fun fact. Tell them the fun fact.
Yeah, did you guys know that Luke Greiser is from Kentucky? Yeah, fun fact.
Yes.
So does that mean that Timon is from the cubicle?
Yes. And
he's been living in the hardware store for about 5 months now.
Giving 24 hours a day.
Yep.
Testing out cubes. Potential mains.
All right, you guys ready? All right, good. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, in our silly banter, we were talking about how fast you would be if you were trapped in prison with a cube and just could cube. Oh, Greiser with the celebration. That's exciting.
664. Oh, nice one.
Yes.
Nice one, nice one, nice one.
Yes, one. He's not gonna get 5-0 this time.
I won one.
Yeah. Really shows how good Timon is when people are excited to just get one solve against him.
Yeah, you know what the crazy thing is? Luke Greiser is ranked 13th in the world. You know, he's not some random cuber who just showed up. He's definitely a very serious competitor, very accomplished cuber. And yeah, it just speaks to the quality of the solves we're seeing on this stream here.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I'm not even fastest person in Central Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky is the home of the Lucas. Not quite a Luke, we determined last time. All right, you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
So currently 2-1 right now to Timon. Luke's yeah, gonna be trying to tie this up right now. Pretty good start to the solve. Really good F2L there. What a solve.
Yeah. Smooth,
Not
smooth,
bad.
smooth. 583.
Timon with a G perm at the end. So it's gonna, I think that's gonna tie it up. 786.
Popping off.
I mean,
Timon's
I had a
lacking.
G perm too.
Oh,
Okay. Both guys had a G perm.
But it was
Right.
canceled into by the all out, so it was a good one.
Nice.
it's just
I have to
tied up right
consider
now.
if I still want to go for that season best.
Yeah, stop trying to plan the entirety of F2L each solve.
Yeah, I can't imagine canceling into the G perm. That's some advanced stuff.
Yeah. Now
I
pros
mean-
don't even get G perms.
Right. Except both of them got G
It was
perms.
this.
They're obviously not pros then, right?
Yep. All right, so Timon with the thumbs up and Luke with a thumbs up. Excellent. 3, 2, 1, go. So the score is 2-2. They're tied up, so this is a 1-3 match now. Yeah, the
Be
window's getting
crazy.
smaller and smaller.
Be crazy if we saw Timon Leo as a third place matchup. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, I thought he was going to put the cube down, so I stopped the chronograph.
Oh,
The
okay.
chronograph reset during inspection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes!
626 for Luke. He's popping off right now. 2 5s and a low 6. He's getting pumped. Rightly so.
That's 3-2, right?
Yeah, it is 3-2.
So this is the first time he's winning. you can't be winning when you're down 5-0. So this is the first time he's winning.
Nice. It's exciting. It's a bit of a shock right now, but
All right, Timon's ready. Luke is ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Timon's definitely good enough to bring this back, though.
Yeah, definitely.
See if Luke can continue his streak of excellent solves.
I don't have his grandparents' number, and his parents are on a vacation.
Oh, what a solve from Luke. Timon's locking up. A 589. There's
649.
That's going to be 4-2 for Luke. This is insane. Luke is popping up right now. What is going on? It's going to be 4-2 right now. Luke's going to be on match point. This is a massive shock. We might see Leo versus Timon in the 3rd place matchup. It's actually insane.
Don't do this to me, Luke.
All right. Let us know when you are ready. It's game point, Luke. Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see Timon move. It looks like he's shaken off the injury from a few days ago. All right, Timon with the thumbs up. Luke with the thumbs up. 3, 2, 1, go.
I think if Luke gets this solve here, it's going to be the first final of season 1 without Timon or Leo.
Right.
Not a great solve from Luke there. 785. Timon, what did
584.
584.
584. He looked so disappointed with his solve.
Oh, it was just bait. It was just bait.
I think that was on purpose.
That is not how a man behaves when he gets a 5.
What did Luke get?
He got 7.
785.
Okay. The match
That is
still
the
on.
saddest looking 5 I've ever seen. Not gonna lie.
Because Luke was getting 5s, and that was a really easy scramble. So I thought, I messed up the end, so I thought Luke would get a better one.
Yeah, I rushed inspection.
4-3.
4-3. Oh my god.
This is intense.
All right. Thumbs up. I don't know what Timon is doing
That
there.
must be a fly or something.
Okay, doing a little warm up. He's not off the hook yet. It is 4-3 to Luke. All right, Timon's ready, and Luke is ready. 3, 2, 1, go. This is really tense.
A quick inspection there from Luke.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh,
a little fumble.
I think that must be like a low 7.
Yeah, Timon using all of its inspection. Nearly everything he was given.
Ooh.
I can't even tell what time he is anymore.
79. What was that from Timon?
Did I win?
What did he get?
Timon, what was the time? What was the time, Timon?
696.
Luke wins it.
No.
5-3. It's going to be Luke versus Matty in the final. That's insane. Timon loses in the semifinals again.
Wow, GG
Wow,
guys.
that's a massive shocker. It's
Oh,
going to be Leo versus Timon in the 3rd place matchup. What?
Yeah,
dude,
wow.
I'm shaking.
You're shaking. All right.
That was an excellent matchup.
Yeah, well, let's just
GG,
pray
Timon.
Maddie's.
That was
Yeah.
crazy.
Let's just pray Maddie's not in his god mode or something.
Yeah, well,
All
good luck in
right.
the third place matchup, Timon. Hopefully you can redeem yourself against Leo.
Yeah, good luck against Leo. He's tough, and Maddie's also tough. This is going to be a crazy 2 races coming up.
And we'll see you in the final, Luke.
All right. Let's go to the third place match coming up real soon.
And we are back. We're here for your third place match. We had a double upset in the top 4 here. We've got 2 insanely talented solvers here. Leo Borromeo and Timon Koloshinsky.
Hello.
Both kind of laughing it off a bit. You know, this is a pretty low stakes match for them, but still exciting nonetheless. You know, it's a match of the gods, the cubing at home gods. So whenever you guys are ready.
How did this happen?
How did this happen? That's what we're all wondering.
We don't have scrambles.
Oh, we're waiting on scrambles. All right. I guess while we wait, quick shout out to both of these competitors. Some fun facts about them. They have both competed in all cubing at home comps so far, which is extremely rare. We do not see that in many competitors. They've also both won many times, I believe 4 each for both of these competitors, which is pretty crazy. Out of 10 comps, each of these guys has won 40% of them. So that's pretty crazy stuff. Anyway, we are waiting on scrambles here for this match, and we'll see how this one goes. What are your thoughts, Andreas?
I mean, I think it's going to be a great match. I mean, they've faced each other in finals before, I'm pretty sure. And they both have dominated all of these comps so far. So it'll be very interesting to see them here.
Yeah.
Matthew was like the 3rd person to have ever beaten me in a final.
Yeah, it does not happen often what you guys saw today. This is an absolutely crazy bracket here. We've also got, Timon is the first on the leaderboard currently, and Leo is 5th right now, so both very good, consistent solvers.
Oh yeah, okay.
Alright, looks like we got the thumbs up from Timon, and we're waiting on Leo's thumbs up. Okay, and they can begin. Alright, Solve 1 is underway.
Ooh. 623.
623, solid solve for Timon. 850, not what Leo's hoping for. We do not see those very often for you, Leo. But stranger things have happened.
I mean, a podium is only 10 more points than like actually making the finals. Right?
This is also true.
So theoretically, this doesn't matter, but it does.
Well, there's like, it still matters because you get coupon codes. Or gift cards.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, not like I use. I mean, not like I use those.
And now we see what the competitors are really in it for.
Yeah. Big screen moment here. Whenever you guys are ready, just give us the thumbs up and we'll get you started. Thumbs up from Leo. Timon's frozen.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Not what we like to see.
Timon is frozen.
We gotta get Timon back before we can start. This is a head-to-head match. Alright,
Oh,
Timon
no.
has gone missing. Oh, Leo's got some mini Oreos.
Mini Oreos at the best.
Mm. Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. We are back. We've got Timon and Leo here. Timon and Leo, as soon as you're ready for this belt, just give us a thumbs up and we'll get you started. We got one from Timon. And waiting on Leo.
All right.
Ready, Leo?
Yep.
Alright, then you can begin.
Ooh.
637.
637, Timon's gonna take it. It's a 2-0 lead right now for Timon Koloshinsky. Alright, whenever you guys are ready, just give me a thumbs up. Thumbs up for Timon. And Leo's ready too. You can begin.
Afford to lose this one.
Yeah.
Whoa.
The results of this sort of match can like just change day to day. Timon seems to be on point right now. Oh, is that?
Someone flew through that one.
That looks like a timer reset for Leo, but I don't believe it was sub 6.
It looked like it was going to be a high 6, so
Yeah.
I don't think it would have been.
We'll wait for the official ruling on that, but I believe that will go to Timon. Don't see any reason why it shouldn't. So yeah, that looked like it's 3-0 for Timon right now. Crazy lead.
I'm like-
Surprisingly.
I'm like,
Yes,
All right.
the win goes to Timon. We have the
Win
official
goes
ruling here.
Perfect.
I'm like not in the mindset to like compete, but
It is late too for you.
Yeah.
We're early. Mindset matters a lot.
it's about
for
to be.
sure.
Yeah.
Alright,
about-
waiting
it's
on thumbs
about
ups from
to
both
be-
competitors. And we'll get you started on solve 4. All right, thumbs up from Timo. And from Leo, you can begin. Next all from Timo.
6-10.
60 for Leo, 6-10 for Timon.
Oh my
Off
god.
by 0.5, but Timon is going to take it for a 4-0 lead here. Can he sweep? That would be a true shocker in this situation, but it's definitely possible here.
I think Leo believes what's happening right now. He's just smiling.
Yeah.
I still can't
Sometimes you
believe
gotta do
that.
Alright, whenever you guys are ready, just give us a thumbs up and we can get started. Alright, thumbs up from Timo. And from Leo. Alright, you may begin. Solve 5 here out of a potential 9. And Timon could take the win. Such fast turning from Timon on itself.
Oh,
Nice solve.
it's gonna be hard to beat.
Pauses on last
Oh.
596. That's gonna take it.
Sweet.
Leo with a 658. Still a solid solve, but it's not quite enough. Yeah, Timon takes it 5-0 against Leo Borromeo, the 4-time champion. Crazy match here. Nice job to both of you. And yeah, that's about it for our top 3 match. We know that Timon is on the podium now, and we're gonna be right back with your first place match to see who's gonna win this final Cubing at Home competition of the season. So thanks everybody. Thanks to both of you for being such active participants in Cubing at Home. And yeah, we'll see you after the break.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, Grand Finals. This is the grandest of all the finals in all of Cubing at Home because this is the last Grand Finals of the season. This time it's between Luke Greiser and Maddie. This is going to be epic.
Definitely. It was a bit of a shock to see both these competitors in the final. Matty was kind of expected. He did really well last week, and personally I predicted him to beat Leo, but I did not predict Luke to beat Timon in that matchup. That was a massive surprise. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who takes this one.
I just had to pop off real quick.
Yeah. Both cubers are definitely formidable when they're popping off.
Matty is currently the favorite to win from chat, but it's pretty close. Oh, Luke's catching
it's
up.
fluctuating. It is fluctuating.
Let's chuck a 1 in chat.
Okay, well, I've got chronograph. Once you guys get the scrambles, we'll go ahead.
Scrambles.
Okay, then we'll wait and we'll have a chat.
Yeah.
So, Luke Greiser is the fastest Luke today, which is actually an extremely high praise because there are so many good Lukes in the world. And also some fantastic Lucases. You know, we have Lucas Etter and Lucas Guerin, who was on the stream earlier today. Just the world is full of fantastic Lucases and Lukes. Yeah, so the chat right now, it's around 55 and 44.
The scrambles have been posted.
Ah, excellent. Cool. So this is a lot closer. Yeah, I think the chat. The chat after witnessing what Luke did against Timon, they're hesitant to count him out in this final.
Matty doing his signature cube wipe.
Yeah. Chat, there's a comment that says, isn't Luke Garrett faster than Luke Greiser? In WCA rankings, he's one spot higher, but Luke Greiser has made it to this final, and Luke Garrett is obviously not here. So today, Luke Greiser is, he's advanced a little farther. But it's funny that both of them are like literally right next to each other in the WCA rankings.
Ooh, Matty's a bit shaky in his warm-up solve here.
Yeah.
Continue on to his actual solves.
Yes, actual solves, please.
Well, hopefully it does for Luke's sake.
Oh my goodness. There is a chat here with a 50.6% for Matty and 49.4% for Luke Reiser with 81 unique votes. This is could be anyone's game. That's what the vote is indicating.
Yeah.
Oh, participation gift cards.
Now.
Ready? Okay, so let me answer a question about participation gift cards. They'll be given out after the event, hopefully. That way we get a little time to verify who's been competing and who hasn't. But we'll get them out as soon as we can, for sure.
Right.
Okay, so this is super close.
Matty is ready.
Matty is ready. Excellent. And Luke, ready? Thumbs up. Excellent. 3, 2, 1, go. The first race of the grand finals. What do we expect here?
Final.
This is really bad.
Luke's not liking the scramble. Matty's already started. Wow, flying through the F2L. Bit of a lock up on OLL there. And PLL. Ooh. Looks a bit disappointed with that execution there.
801, 698.
689 for Luke.
Luke takes the lead. Yeah. This is coming from a guy who I don't think he expected to be here in the first place. Now he's winning.
Yeah. It's even difficult to get into the semifinals. Never mind the finals itself.
Yeah, it's difficult to even be here, period.
Yeah. Even to get to finals. I couldn't make it to finals, apparently.
Yeah. We're only here because we work for free. Just kidding. We love being here. All right. All right. Thumbs up if you're ready. Excellent. Good. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, Phil threatened to remove my sponsorship if I didn't cast with him, so that's why I'm here.
Oh, you kid.
Not bad soul from Luke there.
Not bad, not bad. 626. That is
Dude.
solid.
This is not a great soul for Matty. He looks pretty disappointed with that. And it was another 8. Ooh,
oh,
Matty
man.
is not in God mode right now. Luke did ask him before not to go full God mode, so I guess he's agreeing to those terms.
Awesome. And for the chat's information, gift cards can be stacked, at least at the cubicle. And yeah, let's prepare for the third solve. Very exciting finals. Thumbs up. And thumbs up. 3, 2, 1, go.
So 2-0 for Luke right now. Bit of a shock, I think. Most people were expecting Matty. Only just for the poll in chat right now, but Matty's definitely had better results in cubing at home so far. Ooh, good soul from Matty there.
That was a speedy one. 612.
612.
Of course.
If I didn't look up on PLL, I might have beat that.
I think that was a 695 from Matty. Not Matty.
686.
686 from Luke, and a 612 from Matty. So it's going to be 2-1 now. Luke's still in the lead, but Matty coming back with a much better solve in that one.
Yeah, for sure. Could be anyone's game at this point. Luke with the thumbs up, and Matty seems to be warming up.
Understandable. There's a lot.
Yep.
There's a lot on the line right now.
Yeah, the chat says God mode activate.
he's currently third. Matty's currently third on the leaderboard. So, but all the points have not been fully tallied up yet from the season because you get points for best souls in the season. So he could get overtaken. So he'll be trying to get as many points now to make sure he stays third to get as much prize money as he can possibly get.
The chronograph kind of looks weird now.
Chronograph looks weird. Hold on, let me start it and reset it. How about now?
No, it's not start. Wait, let me refresh.
It looks good now.
Yeah, I started it and I refreshed it. So maybe you could refresh on your end and try it.
No, okay, wait. This is a problem.
Sorry about this, guys.
Can you just try again?
Try again? Okay, I'm going to start the chronograph for a test, okay? How does that look?
It looks good.
No, wait. Oh, see, mine is like... Okay, wait. I'm gonna, like, go back to the link. Hold up.
Okay, yeah, please take your time. Let's get it right so we have a fair match.
Did DG send it in general? Oh, he did. Okay. Okay, I think it's good.
All right.
We're good.
Okay, you guys ready?
Luke's ready and Matty is ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so Luke is still in the lead, but it's anyone's game. Oh, he's not happy.
Oh, it's a +2.
550.
There. And Luke had a +2 on a 5.4.
No!
That's very close one as well. So that's going to tie it up 2-2. Incredible goals from both competitors there.
Yeah, but these guys pulling out the 5s. I hope this doesn't curb Luke's confidence in any way because he's doing really well. All right, let me know when you are ready. Thumbs up from Maddie. Thumbs up from Luke. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, this is exciting.
Yeah. It'll be a first win for either of these competitors for 3x3. Not a great soul from Luke there. He looks very disappointed with that.
He's not happy. 7.9. I wish I had a 7.9.
Oh,
that's
I thought that was an 8. I thought that was an 8 for a second. A 665 from Matty. Pretty solid solve. Gonna be 3-2 to Matty now. Matty with 3 solves in a row.
Yeah, and for the first time, he is in the lead in these finals.
Yeah.
So 51% of the chat think Maddie is going to win, and the other 49 is on Luke's side.
This is intense.
Yes. All right. Thumbs up from Luke. Thumbs up from Maddie. 3, 2, 1, go.
6th solve here. Matty's in the lead, but only by 1. Luke can definitely pull this back.
Yep, for sure. And there are little fluctuations in the chat poll.
Really bad PLL from Luke there. He's very disappointed. 6.1 for Matty. That's hard to beat. 747 or 743 or something from Luke there. So yeah, he's going to be disappointed. He can still bring this back though. 4-2. That's definitely clutchable. It's going to be difficult though. There's lots of pressure right now as well. Matty's also getting some really good solves now.
All right, you guys ready? Thumbs up from Maddie. Thumbs up from Luke.
This is
3,
game point.
2, 1, go. This is championship point.
Championship point, yeah. Final competition of this season. Good start from Luke. Bit of a lock up there, not a bad solve. Oh,
692.
I think Luke's gonna take that one. 802 for Matty, so it's still close. It's still 4-3. Matty's in the lead by 1, but Luke, he pulled back another solve there. It's 4-3. Still very close.
Wow, we living.
We are living.
We are living.
We've got to be one of the closest finals we've had in a while.
Championship point number 2. He's got another chance before this turns real epic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already a very epic, but...
So, yeah, already very epic, but a 4-4 would be very, very cool for the finals.
All right, Maddie with a thumbs up. Luke is good too. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
This is huge.
I wonder what goes through like a serious competitor's mind in moments like this.
Luke with an okay solve.
Oh no, he drops the cube.
760. Who? Oh, a 7 from Luke and a 9 from Matty. It's going to 4. Oh, not great solves from either competitors, but the nerves are definitely getting to them. We are tied up 4-4. Whoever wins this solve is going to take the Cubing at Home 1.5 3x3 finals.
This could be the last solve, unless they get exactly the same time.
No way.
So we'll either get a really cool Twitch clip, or we're going to find out who the champion is real soon.
Nuts. I think this is probably the closest final we've had in season 1. I don't know if any others have gone 4-4 yet.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thumbs up. Luke seems ready. Maddie is ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kentucky versus Hawaii.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Versus Matty. 4.
These guys.
Nope, he
it's
won.
An important solve.
Luke messed up solve, and I think Matty takes it.
He won.
Matty, 604. He's gonna win. Cubing at Home 1.5. 5-4 against Luke. What a match! That was insane.
With the double fist pump from Maddie, he just stands up and he goes, "Yes!"
And he just stands up. Wow, what an incredible match between both competitors. Luke did an amazing job to make it to the finals in the first place, and then proving his worth against Matty with getting 4 solves. He almost clutched it up. He was down 4-2. He got 2 back on Matty, but he couldn't quite get the final solve. Wow, what an incredible match. GG, guys. GG.
GG. Yeah, this was a great one. Yeah,
what a great way to end season 1.
Yeah, all right. So this concludes the Cubing at Home 1.5 for the most part. Maddie, if you can stick around, I think our host Keaton would like to just speak with you about your experience in the competition. So definitely stick around, and congrats to Luke. You beat so many cubers to even show up here, and we're real proud of you.
Yeah, and that's it from me and Phil, and we will see you in the next season of Cubing at Home.
Yeah, take care. Catch you later.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to an interview here with Maddie Hiroto Inaba, the winner of Cubing at Home 1.5. Maddie, you've been competing in almost all of these, yet this is your first time taking the crown, taking the championship with the last one. How do you feel?
I feel very good. I feel like it was pretty lucky for me that Luke beat Timon because, like, no offense to Luke, but I think Timon would have been a little harder competitor to go against. But, I mean, Luke still beat Timon, so. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I
took it to the end, too.
I feel good. Yeah. I locked up so much, but I just got a lucky A-perm at the end. Yeah.
Well, we're wrapping up our first season here at Cubing at Home. I mean, we've had you on quite a bit, and you've been an excellent solver here. We wanted to ask you, in between seasons, what do you plan on doing? You're going to be doing some training or learning some new Alex?
Well, I mean, I have school. School starts in 2 weeks, but during school, like before and after school, I'm probably going to try and learn full BLS. I win like 5 sets maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to learn the first like 250, and then I'm going to wait to learn the mirrors.
All right. Yeah. Well, we're very excited to have you on. Congratulations again, Maddie, and best of luck out there for future competitions, both online and in real life.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be right back, guys.
All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the awards ceremony of Cubing at Home 1.5. If you're here thinking you're going to see the leaderboard, you're going to have to wait until next week's stream. We're going to have an awards stream next week where we finalize our results. We do have online competitions. This does mean that we have video submission, and we need to verify that before we can definitively give out $5,000 of prize money. So we're making sure that all of our results are completely legit before we go ahead and do that. However, at this time, we do want to award our competitors who ended up making podiums for various events today. Remember, all of these competitions are sponsored by thecubicle.com, and so each individual competition podiums will be given prize money. So again, for side events, non-3x3 events, that is $15, $12, and $10 for first, second, and third. And then for 3x3, it'll be $45, $40, and $35 for first, second, and third place. Let's go and move on to our events list now. Our first event that we're going to cover is not Mini Guildford. It is going to be 5x5 blindfolded. In third place, we've got William Fumaha with a 438.81. Our own Stanley Chappell with a 322.35, and just barely edging him out is Graham Siggins. I think this is the second time Graham's done that with a 321.95 5-blind single. Congratulations to our 5-blind podium. Next, we're going to be moving on to 3x3 blindfolded. In third place, again, we have our own Stanley Chappell with an impressive 1838, but don't forget that 2060 mean. That's pretty impressive too. In second place, we've got Manuel Gutmann with a 1781. And in first place, we've got Tommy Cherry with a 1738. So congratulations to our blindfolded podium. Going on to Mini Guildford, in third place, we've got Ellie J with a 331.62. Max Shao just barely beating him by less than a second with a 330.87. And Timon Koloshinsky, first place for Minute Guildford with a 3:29.26. Congratulations to our Minute Guildford podium. Moving on to Square One, the shape-shifting event, we've got in third place Vincenzo Garino Cecchini with an 8:12, and beating him by 0.01 is Lacey Dilworth, aka Lace Solves, with an 8:11. And in first place with a 6:82 sub-7 average, we've got Aiden Bartlett. Congratulations to our Square One podium. On to our next event, 5x5. In third place, we've got Ellie J with a 48.96, Timon Koloshinsky with a 45.80, and Kieran Beahan with a 45.69. Congratulations to our 5x5 podium. And nice job, Kieran. In 4x4, in third place, we've got Timon Koloshinsky with a 25.16. Beating him by 0.02 is Kieran with a 25.14. And in first place, we had him on stream. It's Leo Borromeo with a 24.78. Congratulations to our 4x4 podium. And for Skewb, one second. We have a Skewb podium that we're going to go to before we do our 3x3 podium. We have in third place Serhii Fedorniak with a 272, just barely getting on podium by 0.02. That's very impressive. Pratik Khanna with a 246, and Yanchen Zhu with a 237 average. So big congratulations to our Skewb podium there. Finally, let's do our 3x3 podium. In third place, we've got Timon Koloshinsky. Big surprise to everyone, but he ended up making it onto that podium. In second place, we've got Luke Greiser, who took our first place winner, Maddie Hiroto Inaba, to 9 solves. So big congratulations to Luke for second, and congrats to Maddie for winning his first Cubing at Home 1.5. That said, these are all of our podiums for today. At this point, this is our last competition of the season, but we are going to be having a live stream next week, which describes our whole season leaderboard. So make sure you're staying tuned onto our socials. We are Cubing at Home on Instagram, Cubing at Home on Facebook, and you'll be able to catch any live streams here on twitch.tv/CubingUSA. At this time, I'd also like to thank our sponsors, Cubing USA, for supporting us and hosting us on their competition page. Also would like to thank the Cubicle for providing prize money for everyone who's competed at every single one of these competitions, and for our podiums for every single one of these competitions. And we'd like to thank Rubik's for providing $5,000 in prize support that we'll be announcing the winners of next week at our awards live stream. I'd also like to take a minute to thank every single person who has come on Cubing at Home for the past season, both as a streamer and as a guest. Without our guests, this competition, this stream would not be the same if it was just the casters talking. We'd also like to thank all of you guys for coming and competing throughout all of these competitions. We have heard a lot from diehard Cubing at Home fans, and we really do appreciate the support and constructive feedback that you guys give us to help us improve our competitions every single time that we do them. I'd also like to take this moment to thank all of the organizers, Mitch Lane, Samuel Baird, Bradley Sampson, Saranch Grover, Calvin Nielsen, Daniel Goodman, Nicholas McKee, me. You guys have done an absolutely bomb job these past 4 months, almost 5 months now, of doing Cubing at Homes. And from the bottom of my heart and from the rest of the community as well, we'd like to give you a really big thank you for all of the hard work that you guys have done. I'd also like to shout out all of our teams. It's not just our organizers that are part of this. We've got our communications team, the media team, production, results, software, and streaming. All of these teams have to work in sync, in harmony, in order to get the quality level of competition that you guys have come to expect from us from the past, well, almost 5 months. I'm really thankful for all of them from the bottom of my heart. Doing this is not easy, and we really do appreciate all the work that you guys have done over the past 5 months to make this a reality. And in these times, it's there are a lot of hard things going on, and I think that having these competitions and trying to make some Saturdays normal is really valuable. And I thank every single one who's come, and it's going to be a little while until we have another season 2. It's not going to be next week. That's our live stream for the awards ceremony, but we're going to always be back, and we're always going to try and provide quality competitions and viewing experiences for you guys to enjoy for as long as we can. For now, though, I think I want to make sure that Mitch Lane was thanked as well. I might have missed him the first time. I apologize, Mitch. Mitch has been obviously one of the best people on our stream. Behind the scenes, Mitch has done everything, and he is a fantastic member of our community. So I'd like to thank Mitch Lane quite a bit, especially recognize him. At this time, we're going to be done with our stream, and we're going to go off and do a raid. Our raid today is Cubix, who is a cubing YouTuber who has also started streaming on Twitch recently. Our code word for him is going to be Season 2. So if you guys down in chat want to prepare Season 2, please make sure that you get that so we can all show Cubix some love there. But without further ado, we're going to be rating him. So from us at Cubing at Home, thank you for coming to our competitions, and we'll see you next time.